Chapter 1845. 1,000 years had passed, and the entire Misty City was filled with people. Almost all of them were here to join in the fun and witness the battle of 1,000 years. The number of people paying attention to the battle had reached the highest level in the history of Misty City. This was something that the forces of Misty City had never expected. Just 3 people had attracted so many people to watch the battle. Furthermore, there was no lack of undying sovereigns among the cultivators who had come this time. The arrival of these people made Misty City even more prosperous. However, it also made the people of Misty City much more cautious. During this time, the formation around the statue had been reinforced. Apart from that, there were also 8 supreme beings guarding the statue day and night to prevent any accidents from happening. As the time of 1,000 years approached, the plaza of Misty City had become a forbidden area that forbade outsiders from entering. Let's see if those 3 still dare to come this time. Shimin Liu, who was already an undying sovereign, stood on top of a tall building and looked down at the statue below. His eyes flashed with a cold light. This time, in order to deal with Zi Chen and the other 2, the entire Misty City was prepared for battle and had recruited many supreme beings. Not to mention that it was impossible for the 3 of them to break through to the supreme being realm. Even if they did, they would definitely die. However, the confident Shimin Liu did not notice that a young man had silently appeared among the layers of formations. The young man raised his head and looked at the statue. Around the statue, the void gate was wide open. Endless void energy descended from the sky and swarmed towards the statue. Looks like they're about to break through. The young man revealed a smile and said, "That's good too. Who knows, they might even be able to participate in the battle." After saying that, the young man's figure flashed and disappeared, easily passing through the layers of formations. The instant the young man disappeared, a young man in black clothes walked in from outside the city. The young man's expression was cold, and he emitted a cold aura. Wherever he passed, everyone would retreat. A woman in green clothes stood outside the plaza and looked at the statue. On her wrist was a green jade bracelet in the shape of a dragon. He should be here soon. A white kitten stood on the shoulder of a woman in red clothes and looked at the statue. Her red lips parted slightly as she said, 1,000 years have passed. He will definitely come. In another place, a little white mouse said, "These days I have already explored a few places with a lot of spirit energy. If I have the chance, I will go and devour that spirit energy." The woman, who seemed to be shrouded in a hazy veil, gently nodded. Her eyes were a little absent-minded, as if she was absent-minded. This time, Misty City has made thorough preparations. I wonder if that Zi Qin dares to come. Rumor has it that he dared to challenge Ji Zun in the Middle Realm. Now that 1,000 years have passed, he might have already broken into the spirit realm. So what if they break into the spiritual realm? Looking at the commotion caused by Misty City this time, even if they break into the supremacy realm, they might not be able to survive. Maybe he has already snuck in and was scared away when he saw so many people. Sounds of discussion could be heard from the crowd. When Dong Qing returned and heard these discussions, the corners of his mouth curved into a smile. Last time, Zi Chen dared to use the strength of the Middle Realm to attack Misty City. Not to mention 1,000 years, even if Zi Chen did not break through, he would still come this time. However, what made Dong Qing feel very strange was that after hearing Zi Chen's name, many of the experts in the crowd began to emit killing intent. And these people did not look like people from Misty City. 1,000 years have passed. Zi Chen, do you dare to appear? The seal is about to be broken. Zi Chen, if you don't appear, both Longhu Sovereign and Su Mengyao will die. A cold voice suddenly came from the depths of Misty City. This was a provocation. They were very clear about Zi Chen's potential. He was too dangerous. If they did not take advantage of this opportunity to kill him, then Misty City would be in great danger in the future. because the experts that they had gathered could not stay in Misty City forever. The rumbling voice spread throughout the entire Misty City. After hearing this voice, some people's faces were filled with anger. This time, both sides had completely fallen out. Whether it was Longhu's sovereign or Su Mengyao, there was no way Misty City could stay. Zichen, do you not dare to appear? He must be scared out of his wits. Last time he ran away in a panic. This time he definitely won't dare to come. Another voice echoed and spread throughout Misty City. In the crowd, after hearing this voice, no one made any comments. From Misty City's point of view, this was the most sensible thing to do. As for Zichen, not appearing was the most sensible thing to do. But in the next moment, a voice came from outside the city and spread throughout the entire Misty City. Today, Misty City will disappear from the 7th mainland forever. This was a cold voice. The moment it sounded, it caused an uproar. Then, everyone released their spiritual senses and found that 3 people had appeared out of thin air outside the city. It's him. The moment the red-clothed woman sensed the 3 people's appearance, her delicate body trembled and ripples appeared on her beautiful face. It's indeed him. The little white cat with wings said, "You're finally here." The eyes of the green-clothed woman blossomed with dazzling brilliance, which directly attracted the attention of the surrounding people. The dragon-shaped jade bracelet on her wrist began to emit light, conveying a cheerful and excited expression. The misty woman's eyes became moist. After so many years, she finally saw him again. "Squeak, squeak, you. Zichen is still so handsome." The little mouse beside her jumped up and down. Zichen's appearance caused an uproar. Everyone soared into the sky and looked at the youth whose name had spread throughout the Zhan Wu continent. He was very young and very handsome. Wearing a black robe, his back was straight as he walked towards Misty City step by step. At the same time, the entire city surged with cold killing intent as powerful Supreme Being auras were released. The moment the auras appeared, the 3 people led by Zichen also released their auras. As the 3 Supreme Being auras spread out, the entire city exclaimed, "Supreme Being!" In 1,000 years, Zichen and the other 2 had broken through to the Supreme Being realm from the empty realm in one fell swoop. Such a speed of breakthrough was almost godlike, shocking everyone. One had to know that ordinary people might not be able to break through to the Supreme Being realm in 10,000 years or even 100,000 years. To be able to break through in just 1,000 years, you're indeed something. A voice of admiration sounded from the crowd. That's not necessarily true. Maybe it's just that the world is too small and they've encountered some kind of opportunity. There's no benefit in breaking through quickly. Instead, it will greatly affect their combat strength. Someone retorted, "Swoosh, swoosh." With the appearance of the main characters, the powerhouses of Misty City naturally no longer held back. One by one, the Supreme Beings rushed out and charged towards Zichen and the other 2. 1,000 years of preparation was just for today's battle. Looking at the Supreme Beings rushing out of the city, the monk said in dissatisfaction, "With our current strength, are we only qualified to deal with the Supreme Beings of origin? Why don't we send some undying Supreme Beings?" The monk was very dissatisfied, so he decided to attack. Everyone's original intention was to see what kind of tricks Zichen had up his sleeve. Who would have thought that before they saw Zichen make a move, they would see the monk make a move instead? At such a time when everyone was looking at him, the monk was also very happy to be in the limelight. He took a step forward and his entire body soared into the air. Buddhist light shone around his body. At this moment, the monk looked solemn. Golden light shone, and the Buddhist light shone brightly, covering the golden sun. Everyone's gazes had no choice but to move away from Zichen and land on the monk. A few smiles appeared in the crowd. This monk is still so fond of being in the limelight. A group of Supreme Beings rushed forward, their killing intent surging. The monk who was sitting cross-legged spoke. The first sound of the 6-syllable mantra turned into a strange force that shook in this direction. Under this force, the group of supreme beings felt as if they were seeing a huge and tragic battlefield. On the battlefield, there were mountains of corpses and seas of blood. In the middle stood a demon. One after another, supreme beings fell in the process of charging towards the demon. Hum! The second sound rang out, and the group of supreme beings' minds were shaken. Their expressions became absent-minded, as if a mysterious force had invaded their bodies. Hum! The third sound rang out, and the 3 sounds merged together, turning into a destructive force. When the supreme beings were 100 meters away from the monk, cracks suddenly appeared on their bodies. Rays of golden Buddhist light rushed out from the cracks, illuminating the surroundings. As they rushed forward, a painful expression appeared on the faces of these supreme beings. After another few dozen meters, their bodies exploded. The sky was filled with a rain of blood. The few supreme beings who rushed forward died in an instant, and they died without a complete corpse. The misty city that was in an uproar suddenly quieted down. 8 supreme beings were killed in an instant. This kind of method was indeed shocking. Didn't they say that the strongest was Zichin? How could this monk kill supreme beings in an instant? Kill. Previously, it was just a test. It was impossible to scare the misty city that had been preparing for 1,000 years. As Shimin Lu's cold voice rang out, 3 undying supreme beings rushed out of the city. Other than the 3 undying supreme beings, there were 20 other supreme beings. The 23 supreme beings rushed over. Seeing this scene, the monk's eyes immediately widened. He said in disbelief, "They are really supreme beings." 1,000 years ago, the Misty City only had 12 supreme beings. Who would have thought that after 1,000 years, dozens of supreme beings would appear all of a sudden? What's the use of having so many supreme beings? Just kill them. Zichen smiled coldly. He rose into the air and rushed towards an undying supreme being. Because he was rushing forward, because he was too fast, he directly caused the air to explode. Die. In front of him, an undying supreme being rushed over and punched at Zichin. Zichin clenched his fist and counterattacked. Boom! Above the sky, a tremor rang out. The undying supreme being only felt a powerful force spread through his body from his fist. Then a huge force hit his body, and his body flew backward. This time, he flew for a few thousand meters. In the process of flying backward, endless power poured into his body. The undying supreme being really couldn't bear the raging power of this force, and his body exploded with a bang. An undying supreme being exploded with a single punch. Boom! At the same time, the demon ape held a black rod and hit another undying supreme being. The undying supreme being's body exploded with a bang. Chapter 1846. The reason why the undying supremes were called undying was because of the undying source in their bodies. Zichen and the others seemed to have destroyed their bodies, but as long as the undying source existed, the supremes were immortal. Swoosh! At the place where the supremes exploded, flames ignited. The flames were filled with rich vitality. This was the fire of life. The body of the supremes who had exploded earlier was regenerating in the flames. This was the undying supremes. Similarly, the body of the undying supremes who had been destroyed by the demon ape also regenerated in the next moment. How could the undying supremes be so easy to kill? After their bodies were regenerated, the 2 supremes laughed out loud. Their smiles were filled with pride and mockery. However, the others in the crowd couldn't laugh because, from the beginning of the battle, neither Zichin nor the demon ape had used too many methods. They had only used the power of their physical bodies. Their pure physical strength was enough to destroy the bodies of the 2 undying supremes. Under such circumstances, what could the undying supremes be proud of? Indeed, there was nothing to be proud of. Everyone even suspected that the two of them had done it on purpose. This was because the moment the undying Supreme's bodies were regenerating, the two of them turned around and rushed towards the 20 Supremes. The demon ape rushed forward and arrived in front of one of the Supremes. The black staff in his hand was raised high. If it was said that the Supremes were caught off guard by the power of Monk's mantra when he attacked earlier, then the Supremes who were facing the demon ape now had enough time to react. Light lingered around his body as the power of the Supreme's origin appeared. First, it formed his own defense. Then a sword of light appeared and pierced towards the demon ape's forehead. The black staff smashed down, causing the world to tremble. Bang! Under this momentum, the sword of light formed by the Supreme's origin energy exploded. The black staff was not blocked at all. It broke through the Supreme's defenses and then shattered their bodies. Under the circumstances where they were prepared, a Supremes who encountered the demon ape was instantly blown up. In another direction, Zichen clenched his fist and punched through the Supreme's chest, extinguishing their vitality. While the two undying Supremes were laughing, 6 of the 20 Supremes had already fallen. The other 14 launched fierce attacks at Zichen and the demon ape. Their attacks landed on the two with great difficulty, but it was as if they had landed on steel. Clanging sounds rang out, but they couldn't even break through their defenses. Among the crowd, there were many young and indifferent figures. When Zichen and the others had displayed their skills, they did not react at all. However, after seeing the two's physical bodies, they were moved. The two of them were not supreme beings, but their physical bodies were not weaker than supreme beings. If an ordinary supreme being were to encounter a supreme being beast, there would only be death awaiting them. Only those extremely special existences among humans could be compared to supreme beasts. Swish! 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 Zichen's figure flickered. Light flickered beneath his feet as he began to teleport. Every time his figure flickered, he would appear behind or beside a supreme being and quickly strike a blow. After a single strike, Zichen's figure disappeared and appeared in front of a second supreme being. Just like that, as his figure flickered, one supreme being after another fell down and died. It was a complete instant kill. Such a battle made the blood of the cultivators in the crowd boil. Powerful supreme beings were instantly killed. It seemed that such a scene was not seen in a battle with a foreign race. Shimin Lu saw the loss of these supreme beings, but he did not have any regret on his face. This time, in order to recruit other supreme beings, they had used up almost all the resources that Misty City had collected over the years. However, those resources had yet to be redeemed. The more supreme beings that died now, the less they would need to redeem later. In any case, they were not their own supreme beings, so it didn't matter if more died. It seemed that it was because of this that none of the 20 supreme beings returned alive. As for the 3 undying supreme beings, they survived unscathed, but their faces were ashen. Because the 3 undying supreme beings were completely crushed by the 3 supreme beings of the origin. Kill. Perhaps it was because of the reduced losses, but a faint smile appeared on the corner of Shimin Lu's mouth, and then he waved his hand. This time, several people jumped up, but they were no longer supreme beings of the origin, but undying supreme beings. Now, they had already seen that Zichen and the other 2 could not do anything to the undying supreme beings, but they could kill the supreme beings of the origin. It was obviously impossible to send another supreme being to fight. No one would be stupid enough to throw their lives away. 5 undying supreme beings rushed up, displaying their strongest strength. Zichen and the other 2 were fighting against 8 undying supreme beings. Too few. Demon Ape smiled coldly, and his body suddenly grew bigger. The black staff in his hand was like a pillar that supported the sky, sweeping forward. The black staff was filled with powerful energy. Anyone who touched the black staff would immediately explode. However, after the body shattered, it would quickly regenerate. Facing such an undying supreme being, without some special means, It was impossible to kill it. When the battle began, a single demon ape could deal with 8 undying supreme beings. Kill! Shimin Lu waved his hand again, and a few more supreme beings rushed up. One of them raised his hand and struck out. The sky trembled, and a huge palm print fell from the sky, exuding a terrifying power. This was the palm strike of the undying supreme being, and its power was not weaker than the terrifying palm strike that almost killed Ziqin and the other 2 1,000 years ago. But after 1,000 years, this palm strike could no longer display its powerful power in front of Ziqin. Ziqin raised his hand to the sky and pointed out a finger. A golden lightning sword Qi pierced into the sky and pierced towards the palm print. Poof! The palm print was instantly pierced through by the sword Qi, and a small hole appeared. Then the palm print dissipated with a bang. Swoosh! Then Ziqin's figure flashed, and he appeared in front of an undying supreme being and punched towards the other party's heart. The undying supreme being reached out to block. The undying supreme being's origin power lingered between his hands, and a shield materialized from the light of energy appeared. Boom! The powerful punch landed, and the shield suddenly trembled before exploding. Then the fist light landed directly on the undying supreme being's chest. A powerful energy surged, and the other party was sent flying, coughing up blood. Ziqin didn't kill the other party with this punch, but he did force the other party back. Then Ziqin's figure flashed, and he kept punching. Bang! Bang! Ziqin attacked repeatedly, and the undying supreme beings were sent flying one after another. But after the undying supreme beings had a defense, Ziqin could no longer break their bodies. Before Ziqin and the other 2 entered the city, they were blocked by many undying supreme beings. The energy between heaven and earth kept surging, and a powerful aura shook and spread, and a pressure swept out. The spectators cheered. After 1,000 years of waiting, they were not disappointed. They finally saw a battle that was hard to come by in tens of thousands of years. As the rumors said, Ziqin's battle strength was unparalleled. At this moment, he was fighting against several undying supreme beings, but he didn't show any signs of defeat. Moreover, his attacks were strong and active. The monk and the demon ape weren't weak either. The 2 of them fought against several undying supreme beings with ease. The battle continued. Although Ziqin and the others hadn't entered the city yet, they were definitely in the upper hand in the battle. A group of ignorant people cheered, feeling that they had seen a battle that was hard to come by in tens of thousands of years. However, some insiders shook their heads when they saw this scene. Misty City's preparations were obviously more than this. The 3 of them seemed powerful, but they were blocked by the undying supreme beings. They couldn't even enter the city. Although the seal on the statue had a self-protection function, everyone knew that when the seal was about to dissipate, this protection would disappear. If the 3 of them couldn't take advantage of this time to enter the square and protect the statue, the 2 of them would definitely die. Once the 2 of them died, the remaining experts of Misty City would swarm forward and kill Ziqin and the other 2. The difference between an undying supreme being and an origin supreme being was that in addition to their immortality, they could mobilize more origin energy, which was almost endless. However, an origin supreme being couldn't do that. The origin energy in their body was limited. Moreover, Ziqin and the other 2 seemed to have just broken through, so they didn't have much origin energy in their body. Although they seemed to have the upper hand now, as the consumption increased, the 3 of them would die sooner or later. After seeing the relationship between the 2 of them, many people in the crowd sneered. Shimin Lu was completely relieved. He seemed very satisfied with the current battle. Then he glanced at the statue again, and a cold light flashed in his eyes. Calculating the time, it was time for the statue to unseal itself. At this moment, the space around the statue began to distort crazily. The array that was previously set up by the array master was forcibly revealed. Bang! Bang! A terrifying force came out of the distorted space. This force tore the array apart, and the statue appeared in front of everyone. Unlike what they imagined, the statue was crazily absorbing the energy in the void. The statue had reached its limit. How can this be? Shimin Lu was very puzzled. However, this wasn't the time to delve into it. He waved his hand again, and then said to the outside of the city, Zichen, the statue is beginning to unseal itself. All the defensive means will dissipate. I'll break the statue now. Let's see if you can save yourself. Zichen pushed back an undying supreme being and looked up at the city. His sharp gaze fell on Shimin Lu like a sharp blade. From Zichen's eyes, Shimin Lu saw anger, madness, and unwillingness. He laughed proudly. Kaka! Kaka! A series of noises came from the statue, and cracks appeared on the statue. Go, break the statue. Shimin Lu smiled proudly, as if he could see Zichen's crazy expression. The group of origin, supreme beings, flashed toward the statue. Outside, the group of undying supreme beings began to launch a fierce counterattack. For a time, Zichen and the other two were suppressed and couldn't help. When many people saw this scene, they couldn't help but shake their heads. This battle was completely over. Chapter 1847. Shimin Lu's laughter echoed throughout the entire Misty City. His laughter was filled with pride. This time, in order to deal with Zichen and the other two, Misty City had lost too many benefits. It was not an exaggeration to say that they had gone bankrupt. Fortunately, their goal was finally achieved. As long as their great enemy was dead, Misty City would eventually rise again. In a trance, Shimin Lu seemed to see Zichen's desperate expression and hear his unwilling roars and shouts. In fact, all of this was Shimin Lu's arrogant fantasy. Zichen had only glanced at Shimin Lu from the beginning to the end. Moreover, the two of them were so far away. Whether he saw Shimin Lu or not was another matter. At this moment, the Origin Supremes were rushing towards the statue. Whether it was Zichen, the monk, or the demon ape, they did not have much of an expression. If one really wanted to see something from their eyes, it would be the disdain and mockery in the depths of their eyes. Qi, a sharp sword Qi, suddenly appeared from the crowd. With an unparalleled sword intent, it flew towards the Origin Supremes in the sky. This scene appeared very abruptly, catching everyone off guard. Puff! Puff! Wherever the sword Qi passed, the two Origin Supremes did not even have time to react. They were directly cut in half at the waist. The sword intent extinguished their vitality. Such a scene caused everyone's expression to change. They all looked towards the place where the sword Qi came from. That was a restricted area close to the plaza. A red-clothed woman stood there. Her features were beautiful. Her skin so delicate it seemed like it would break with a single blow. Her bright eyes were filled with ice-cold killing intent as she stared at the approaching supreme beings in the sky. She was a beautiful woman, but one could also add the word extremely in front of her. Not only was she extremely beautiful, but she was also an Origin Supreme. Because of the woman in red's appearance, the cultivators who subconsciously stood close to her had already run away in fear. This was not only because she had killed two Supremes, but also because she was standing on the opposite side of Misty City. At this moment, everyone's attention was on the woman in red. On the contrary, the winged white cat on her shoulder was directly ignored. Who dares to behave atrociously in Misty City? Such an unforeseen event caused Shimin Lu's face to turn gloomy as he roared. However, it would have been better if he hadn't shouted. As soon as he shouted, he saw a few more attacks soaring into the sky from several other directions. One of the beams of green light shot toward the prime Origin in the sky like a green waterfall. The Origin Supremacy sensed a threat from the green light. His expression changed, and he formed an Origin defense around himself. Bang! The Origin Source's defense shattered, and the green light swept through the origin source's body. The origin source lost its vitality and fell to the ground. Previously, the azure light had split into two and landed on the two origin supremes, killing them both. Aside from the azure light, a bridge completely conjured from moonlight appeared on the other side. One end of the bridge appeared in the crowd, while the other landed in front of the origin sovereigns. The next moment, everyone saw a woman shrouded in a hazy light walk onto the moonlight bridge. Her footsteps were very slow, and everyone could see each step clearly. Her light and graceful steps were as if she was taking a stroll while admiring the flowers. She appeared calm and unhurried. However, her speed was extremely fast. Almost instantly, she reached the end of the bridge. Like a celestial maiden scattering flowers, she waved her jade-like hands forward. A hazy moonlight scattered forward. The moonlight seemed soft, like a transparent veil, but it contained a powerful force. The origin sovereigns were sent flying. As they flew, they all coughed up large mouthfuls of blood. The series of unforeseen events stunned everyone. 3 people appeared to block the path. Not only were they 3 supremes, but they were also 3 beautiful female supremes. One was as red as fire and surged with sword intent. Her eyes were cold and sharp. One was like a fairy who walked out of the moonlight. She was hazy and made people's imagination run wild. One was as pure and clean as a green lotus, untainted by the mud. The 3 women's appearances were about the same, but they each had their own temperament. While everyone was shocked by the 3 women's appearances, they were even more shocked by their strength. Moreover, the 3 women clearly knew each other. After looking at each other and smiling, the entire Misty City seemed to have lost its original brilliance. This was a strange change that made it difficult for others to react. At this moment, a panicked voice sounded. They are Zichen's confidants. They are here to cause trouble. The one in red is Wang Xian, the one in cyan is Lin Shui, and the one on the moonlight bridge is Shang Guanyu. This voice sounded very abruptly, and it was filled with nervousness and panic. When everyone heard the meaning of the voice, their expressions became very complicated. For such beauties, even if they were favored by one of them, they would die without regrets. And Zichen was favored by the 3 women, which made the male cultivators below feel a strong sense of bitterness and jealousy. Kill them all. Shimin Lu shouted coldly. It couldn't be better if they could catch all of them in one fell swoop today. Swoosh! But everything was not over yet. The void suddenly broke open. An ray of light flashed in front of an origin sovereign. The head of the origin sovereign immediately flew up. The broken void immediately healed without the slightest ripple. The sovereign's face was full of astonishment. He didn't even know what had happened. Swoosh! Behind another supreme being, the void split open. No one appeared, only a beam of light. The light pierced through the sovereign's back. When he mobilized all his vitality to turn around, he didn't see anything. All his strength was immediately sucked out, and he fell to the ground. Swoosh! The light flashed again, and the 3 sovereigns died, but no one saw what it was. Was it a human or a beast? The group of sovereigns was very frightened. 3 of them died, but they didn't see who the opponent was. It's Zhang Haoyan. He's an assassin who specializes in assassination. The previous voice sounded again, and there was a tremor in his voice. Retreat, undying sovereign. Shimin Lu's voice sounded again. The group of origin sovereigns began to retreat, but in the process of retreating, another 2 origin sovereigns died. Powerful energy surged, and the undying sovereigns rushed forward. The origin sovereigns, who were rarely seen, became the targets of slaughter. The powerful undying sovereigns also appeared in groups. A group of sovereigns appeared and rushed towards the 3 women, and 2 of them went towards the statue. Swoosh! Zhang Haoyan, who was hiding in the dark, appeared and attacked one of the undying sovereigns. The latter's mouth curled into a cold smile, and he turned around and attacked the void. However, before the smile on his face disappeared, a sharp blade appeared behind him. Behind the blade, a black-robed young man appeared for the first time. The young man's expression was cold, and his eyes were cold. Bang! On the sharp blade, a terrifying energy surged, and the undying sovereign's body exploded. Go to hell! The second undying sovereign's attack landed on Zhang Haoyan, but his body disappeared in an instant, like a shadow. The undying sovereign's attack missed. Before he could sense where the target was, he felt a pain in his back, and a sharp blade pierced through his chest. The undying sovereign's eyes widened to the limit, and his face was filled with disbelief. Bang! In the next moment, his body exploded. Exploding didn't mean death. Soon, the two sovereigns regrouped, but they had already lost track of Zhang Haoyan. Just as the two of them were in a daze, another person's body exploded. Another Zhang Haoyan had appeared silently and killed two undying sovereigns. That sneaky way of assassination was enough to make one's heart palpitate. Let's go and kill them. With the two undying sovereigns defeated, the group of undying sovereigns on the other side couldn't do anything to the three women. Shimin Lu couldn't sit still anymore. He left the command area and led the other powerful beings towards the statue. There was clearly something wrong with the statue. Under such circumstances, they could only break it and deal with the two of them first. Once Su Mengyao and Long Hu woke up, their fighting strength might not be any weaker than the rest. Shimin Lu led several undying sovereigns and a group of origin sovereigns forward. As he was moving forward, a sword chi swept over with a cold sword will. Scram! He roared out and punched out. A terrifying fist light landed on the sword chi. The energy exploded and the sword chi was destroyed. However, Shimin Lu's body was pushed back dozens of meters. As an undying sovereign, he was pushed back by an origin sovereign. Moreover, it was a woman. This made Shimin Lu feel embarrassed. However, at this moment, he didn't act on impulse. He waved his hand and signaled two more undying sovereigns. He could see that these people who dared to cause trouble at this moment were all geniuses. Each of them had the strength to fight above their level. Now, only the undying sovereigns could completely suppress them. Swoosh! A moonlight bridge was placed in front of Shimin Lu. A woman who looked like a moon fairy came in front of Shimin Lu in an instant. Boom! Shimin Lu formed a seal with his hands. A violent aura emerged from his body, and a powerful energy blasted forward. The moonlight energy turned into a moon and blocked in front of the moon fairy. The energy was violent. The moon fairy's body was pushed back lightly and landed in the center of the moonlight bridge. As for Shimin Lu, he was pushed back hundreds of meters. Damn it! He cursed. His face was so gloomy that it seemed like it could drip water. Without his command, another undying sovereign stepped onto the bridge and charged toward Shangguan Yu. However, the undying sovereign who had just stepped onto the bridge fell off the bridge in the next moment. As for Shimin Lu, he successfully bypassed the moonlight bridge and rushed towards the statue with the others. During this time, Zhang Haoyan's figure appeared and almost crippled Shimin Lu. The latter broke out in a cold sweat and accelerated again. At this moment, Shimin Lu seemed to be leading a group of subordinates to break through. During this time, he encountered all kinds of obstacles. Every time, Shimin Lu had to send some of his subordinates to stop these people. His goal was very clear. He wanted to break the statue. Lin Shui turned into a green light and blocked in front of Shimin Lu. Both sides collided with energy. Lin Shui retreated and went to stop the other undying sovereigns. Below, cries of surprise rose and fell. Shimin Lu would be pushed back every time he fought. However, compared to those geniuses, he was still much weaker. He couldn't keep his face straight. However, after layers of obstacles, he finally reached the statue with difficulty. Chapter 1848. After several sieges, Shimin Lu arrived at the statue with great difficulty. He thought that he could destroy the statue easily, but suddenly he saw a storm in front of him. In the storm, a kitten turned into a big tiger in the blink of an eye. It was a white tiger with wings. Its body was surging with a fierce aura, and its big eyes were filled with cold, murderous intent. This is the flying divine tiger. Seeing this scene, Shimin Lu was completely stunned. This was an existence that was stronger than ordinary higher life forms. It was comparable to a supreme beast. When the people below saw this scene, they all exclaimed, "A supreme beast, a true supreme beast," had actually appeared. Die. The flying divine tiger, who had revealed its true form, had cold murderous intent in its eyes. It raised its claws and slapped at Shimin Lu. A powerful force fell on Shimin Lu's body. Shimin Lu's body trembled in the sky, and his whole body was sent flying. And in the process of flying, cracks appeared on his body, and finally he exploded with a loud bang. As Shimin Lu's body exploded, the flying divine tiger's gaze turned to the other Origin Supremes. The aura that it emitted made people's hearts tremble. The group of Origin Supremes subconsciously stopped. Fear appeared on their faces, and they turned around and started to run. Even though they were already supreme beings, before a supreme being beast like the flying divine tiger, their fighting strength was simply insufficient. The flying divine tiger turned into a ray of light and rushed towards the Origin Supremes. The flying divine tiger rushed forward and left the statue. In the distance, Shimin Lu, whose body had exploded, reassembled his body. Seeing that the statue was empty, a look of joy appeared on his face. He quickly looked around and saw that Zi Chen's friends had their own opponents at the moment. They did not care about him at all. Around the statue, energy was still swirling. The statue was emitting a strong vitality. Obviously, the seal was about to be broken. "It's impossible for you to come out." Shimin Lu smiled coldly and rushed towards the statue in front of him. In the process of rushing forward, there were occasional exclamations from below. Shimin Lu did not pay attention to these exclamations at first. He was clearly unhappy. It was nothing more than killing some Origin Supremes. What was the fuss about? These Supremes had all taken the initiative to come. They were considered as thugs. If they died, then so be it. He did not feel any heartache. On the contrary, there were not many Source Sovereigns in Misty City this time. As they approached the statue, the exclamations grew louder and louder. "What is that?" "It looks like a dragon." "Dragon, a green dragon. It's the Azure Dragon." "Heavens, it really is the Azure Dragon." The exclamations from the crowd grew louder and louder. When the sound reached Shimin Lu's ears, his expression changed slightly. However, he did not know what had happened. As he continued to move forward, he felt an unusual aura. Then he saw a green Eastern divine dragon circling above the statue. That majestic dragon head was only a dozen meters away from him. That dragon's eyes emitted a cold intent. This, Shimin Lu's eyes widened to the limit. His face was full of shock. He actually saw an azure dragon. Roar. The azure dragon was the barbaric dragon that Zi Qin had brought back from the ancient road. At this moment, as the barbaric dragon opened its mouth, a resonant dragon roar filled with penetrating power transformed into sound waves that reverberated towards the Shimin road ahead. Layers of defenses appeared around Shimin Lu. When he saw the azure dragon, he started retreating on his own accord. Boom! In the next moment, the azure dragon left the statue. The dragon's tail swayed, and the space began to distort wildly. The dragon's tail broke through the space and arrived in front of Shimin Lu. The defenses around his body shattered. The dragon's tail hit Shimin Lu's body. Another earth-shaking sound rang out, and Shimin Lu's body directly exploded. The dragon's might spread, and a resonant dragon's roar resounded. The azure dragon circled above the entire statue, protecting it. At this point in the battle, almost all of Zichen's people had appeared. Every one of them was at the Origin Supreme Realm, and every one of them had extraordinary combat strength. The cheers in the crowd never stopped. The expressions of those figures with cold and indifferent expressions also gradually changed. Senior brother, is all of this true? In the crowd, a young man with a long sword on his back said with a face full of disbelief, Senior Sister Sienna is already a direct disciple of our sword sect. She has great potential. It's normal for her to be able to fight against undying sovereigns. But why are her friends so strong? The young man wanted to know, and the senior brother beside him was also the same. His original intention was to help Sien when she was in danger, like a hero saving a damsel in distress. But after seeing the combat strength of the people who appeared, his expression became very complicated, and he became very speechless. If a supreme beast was strong enough to fight against someone of a higher level, then everyone who appeared at this moment was equivalent to a supreme beast. Amidst the continuous exclamations, the figures of the Origin sovereigns had disappeared from the battlefield. These people were either dead or had escaped from the battlefield. Boom! Terrifying energy vibrated, and several undying sovereigns were sent flying. Zichen flew towards the city, and the monk and the demon ape followed closely on his left and right. At the same time, the others also moved closer to the statue. At this moment, on the battlefield, except for Zichen and the other Origin sovereigns, everyone who participated in the battle was an undying sovereign. Zichen came to the square and saw a familiar face. There was an unconcealable excitement on his face. "You're all here," Zichen said. "Your name has spread throughout the Zhanwu continent. We had to come even if we didn't want to." Wang Xian smiled and walked straight over, holding Zichen's arm without hesitation. In the crowd, many people's faces changed, and a strong sense of bitterness arose in their hearts. Zichen, who was very smart, immediately understood the meaning of Wang Xian, or his words. All of this was because of Dongqing. As he released his spiritual thoughts, he sensed Dongqing's location. Because she had to send the news, she had delayed her cultivation and did not break through. "We heard about what happened to you, so we hurried to find opportunities. Fortunately, we managed to break through at this time." A rare smile appeared on Zhang Haoyan's face. Zichen nodded. The battle was imminent, and he couldn't talk to everyone one by one. He could only sweep his eyes around. The azure dragon was circling above the statue, and the heavenly tiger was standing on Su Mingyao's shoulder. On the other side was the spirit-devouring rat, but the latter was purely there to make up the numbers. It had not broken through to the supremacy level yet, and as long as it was affected by the undying supremacy, it would die instantly. The arrival of everyone surprised Zichen, and it was a great surprise that all of them had broken through to the supremacy level. He, who was originally confident that he could destroy Ethereal City, was now even more confident. His eyes became cold again, and Zichen looked at the undying supremacies. There were more than 40 of them. More than 40 undying supremacies gathered in Ethereal City. Zichen wondered if all the undying supremacies of the 7th mainland were gathered here. But so what if they were undying supremacies? Undying didn't mean that they were truly immortal. Zichen had already seen the fall of an undying supremacy when he was in the human realm. He took a step forward, and the aura around him surged like a peerless beast. He looked at the undying supremacies and said coldly, "This is a grudge between me and Ethereal City. If you don't want to die, retreat immediately, and I'll pretend that this didn't happen." Zichen's serious expression and cold words were still very intimidating, but he was facing more than 40 undying supremacies. Zichen's deterrence was useless. Laughter rang out between heaven and earth, and it was full of mockery. The undying supremacies were called undying because of their undying origin. Since they were undying, how could they be afraid of some origin supremacies? Even if these origin supremacies were comparable to supremacy beasts, the origin energy in their bodies would be used up one day. At that time, they would die without a doubt. Cut the crap. Come up if you have the ability. Shimin Lu smiled coldly, and his eyes were full of killing intent. The other undying supremacies were the same. Looking at these undying supremacies, Zichen shook his head, and his face was full of disappointment. He sighed softly and said, "You think I'm threatening you with my combat strength, but you don't know that I'm telling the truth. You think that we've just become supremacies, and as long as we consume the origin energy in our bodies, we'll be at the mercy of others. But have you ever thought about what would happen if all of you were killed before that?" Hearing Zichen's words, the undying supremacies sneered. One of them said, "You're just an origin supremacy. How do you know how powerful the undying origin is? The undying origin represents immortality. No one can kill it." Zichen shook his head again and said, "If I say that I've seen the fall of an undying supremacy when I was in the human realm, I don't know if you would believe me." "Nonsense. Shameless boasting." The undying supremacy sneered. They didn't believe Zichen's words at all. Shimin Lu said coldly, "Of course the undying supremacy will die, but the premise is that they encounter a heavenly realm expert. You're just a few origin supremacies, and you want to kill an undying supremacy? Dream on. Since you don't believe me, then I'll show you." Zichen stopped persuading them. For the first time, a weapon appeared in his hand. It was the divine dragon bow. At this moment, the divine dragon bow's quality had been greatly improved after being improved by the origin energy. Although it hadn't reached the supreme grade, it was definitely one of the best among the Emperor weapons. Golden light surged around him, and the divine dragon bow was slowly pulled into the shape of a full moon. An arrow feather automatically appeared on the divine dragon bow. The moment the arrow feather appeared, the entire surface of the divine dragon bow emitted a dazzling golden light. And in the golden light, Zichen's origin energy was surging. However, the entire origin energy was emitting a special kind of law that couldn't be distinguished. Zichen first aimed the divine dragon bow at Shimin Lu, but suddenly changed his mind and aimed at another undying supremacy. Then he released the arrow. Buzz! The bowstring trembled, and the arrow shot out. Its speed was even faster than the golden lightning. It was like teleportation, disappearing here and there. By the time the undying supremacy reacted, the arrow had already pierced through his body. Chapter 1849. The Undying Sovereign was known as the Undying Sovereign because of the undying source in his body. This was a magical energy that contained unimaginable vitality. Although Zichen had yet to step into the Undying Sovereign realm, he was no stranger to the undying source. Whether it was the flame of life emitted by the ultimate perfect body or the demonic fire of the two demon sovereigns in the holy burial ground, they were all a type of undying source. In addition, the reason why Wu Xie was known as the Undying Source was also because of the power of the Undying Source. Zichen was very familiar with this power. The reason why Wu Xie was so convinced by Zichen was also because of the lesson he had taught him back then. The arrow pierced through the body of an undying sovereign. As the arrow flew away, the undying sovereign's body exploded. This explosion was very sudden, causing the other sovereigns to be puzzled. It was just an arrow. How could the body explode? Moreover, no one thought that this arrow could cause fatal damage to an undying sovereign. At the place where the undying sovereign exploded, flames began to surge, and the undying sovereign's body reassembled. Cold smiles appeared on many people's faces. They had thought that Zichen was very powerful, but now it seemed that he couldn't do anything to an undying sovereign. In fact, thinking about it carefully, how could an undying sovereign be killed so easily? Shimin Lu sneered and was about to mock Zichen, but when he saw the undying sovereign's body reassembled, his expression changed drastically and he couldn't say a word. Because the undying sovereign's body was reassembled, his face was pale and his spirit was very weak. This was because he had suffered a huge injury that affected his undying source. How could this be? The expressions of the other undying sovereigns suddenly changed. Just a single arrow had caused an undying sovereign's undying source to suffer heavy damage. If a few more arrows were fired, it was really possible to kill an undying sovereign. This kind of phenomenon didn't exist under normal circumstances. Even if two undying sovereigns fought, there would rarely be casualties. Let's go. After personally feeling the terror of that arrow, the undying sovereign, whose body had been reconstructed, turned around and ran without saying a word. That arrow just now had already made him feel the approach of death. If another arrow came, he knew that he would definitely die. Buzz. Zichen pulled the bowstring once more, as if he wanted to prove it to everyone. The moment the undying sovereign turned around, he pulled the bowstring to its maximum. The undying sovereign's figure flickered, and he instantly disappeared. Zichen released the arrow. The bowstring trembled, and the arrow disappeared. Bang! Thousands of meters away, there was a sudden explosion, and blood rained down from the sky. This rain of blood was accompanied by the vitality of an undying sovereign, as well as all of his undying origins. The undying origin spread out and then quickly dissipated. The fire of life between heaven and earth did not reignite. An undying sovereign dissipated in the rain of blood, just like that. The entire Misty City fell into an instant of silence. It was so quiet that not even the sound of breathing could be heard. Everyone's gaze fell on the young man holding the bow in the sky. His face was cold, his back was straight, and his posture was imposing. He was dead. An undying sovereign had died just like that. With just 2 arrows, he disappeared in front of everyone. Not even his bones were left. After a brief silence, the entire city was filled with continuous exclamations and uproars. The faces of the undying sovereigns all changed as they looked at Zichen in disbelief. It was a well-known fact that it was difficult to kill an undying sovereign because their undying origins were very difficult to erase. Not to mention an origin sovereign. Even if a Heaven Realm expert wanted to completely obliterate the undying origin, it would not be so easy. However, Zichen only used 2 arrows to kill an undying sovereign and completely erase the undying origins. No one knew why this was the case. That bow is strange. Kill him first. Shimin Lu's eyes were fixed on the longbow in Zichen's hand. He believed that this was the reason. His figure flashed as he chose to teleport. In an instant, he appeared in front of Zichen. At the same time, several rays of light appeared beside Zichen. These people were all undying sovereigns. The reason why they appeared so quickly was to stop Zichen from using the divine dragon bow. However, no one knew or dared to believe that Zichen was able to erase the undying origins, not by relying on a sharp weapon, but by relying on his own laws. The destruction law, formed by the fusion of many laws, was the nemesis of all the laws in the world. The undying origins were known to be immortal, but when it encountered destruction, it was like meeting its nemesis. It was normal for it to be restrained. As soon as these undying sovereigns moved, the others also moved. For a time, all kinds of powerful attacks appeared in the sky. All the undying sovereigns joined the battle in an instant. Manlong, Xinhu, you two protect the 2 of them. Xian you, Shui, you 3 be careful. Zichen quickly put away the divine dragon bow and said at the same time. A light flashed in his hand, and a dragon's spear appeared. He held the dragon's spear tightly, and his figure flashed as he rushed towards the several undying sovereigns in front of him. Swoosh! Swoosh! After quickly dodging 2 attacks, Zichen came to the side of an undying sovereign. The dragon's spear, emitting a golden light, stabbed towards the undying sovereign's waist. This attack was very fast. The undying sovereign sensed it, but he didn't have time to react. His powerful defense was nothing in Zichen's eyes. He directly broke through his defense with a single spear. A hint of panic appeared on the undying sovereign's face at first, but then it was followed by a sneer. He no longer paid attention to the dragon spear that was about to pierce his body. Instead, he launched a powerful attack, wanting to cut off Zichen's head. However, the attack had just appeared when it disappeared into thin air because it was too weak to continue. The undying sovereign's body directly exploded. The destruction law was destroying the opponent's undying origins. The explosion of the body was just a means of self-protection. Otherwise, the undying source origin would be destroyed by the destruction source origin. The undying sovereign's face was pale, and his spirit was dispirited. His undying origins had suffered heavy damage. His face was full of horror. Just like the previous undying sovereign, he felt the threat of death. Go to hell. Zichen didn't give the opponent a second chance. At the cost of 2 wounds, he sent the spear into the undying sovereign's body again. Boom! The opponent's body exploded again. Just like before, after the explosion, it didn't regenerate. It's that power. It's very strange. Among the crowd, there were several people who saw this scene. Their pupils shrank as they said in a deep voice. LV Peng, who was standing outside the city, looked up and saw the second undying sovereign die. He smiled slightly and walked away. Another undying sovereign had died, and the effect of this was still shocking. Don't worry about the others. They have consumed a lot of energy. They can't hold on much longer. Shimin Lu's voice sounded. He was besieging the demonic ape with the other undying sovereigns. Huh. The demonic ape shouted as he waved the long staff in his hand. The group of undying sovereigns retreated, but after dodging the attack, they quickly surrounded him. Up until now, whether it was the demonic ape or the tyrant, they were both performing exceptionally well. Not only were they fighting those above their level, but they were also fighting a group of people above their level. Under such circumstances, the origin energy in their bodies was also constantly being consumed. Compared to before, their attacks were more or less inferior. The undying sovereign's guess was right. Everyone had consumed a lot of energy. Once their origin energy was completely consumed and they couldn't replenish it, they would all die. Pum! The tyrant sent an origin sovereign flying with a blow. The latter's body completely exploded, but it couldn't hurt the opponent's undying origins. No matter how powerful the attack was, it was useless. The tyrant was rapidly consuming his origin energy, but the opponent didn't have the slightest reaction. The tyrant was getting more and more anxious. It was like an undying machine fighting. The others also encountered the same situation. Their energy was severely depleted, but they couldn't kill even one enemy. Even if they caught one and attacked with all their strength, the opponent's strong, undying origins would weaken very slowly. This was the advantage of the undying sovereigns. Usually, a major force would only have one such existence. But today, there were more than 40 of them. It seemed that Zichen and the others were fighting against Ethereal City, but in fact, it was equivalent to fighting against the entire 7th mainland. Sensing the unfavorable situation, Zichen sped up the speed of killing the enemies. The third undying sovereign died. Then, Zichen seriously injured another undying sovereign. They seemed to have grasped Zichen's plan. As long as an undying sovereign was seriously injured, the other party would immediately withdraw from the battlefield and turn to deal with the others. A new undying sovereign would come to deal with Zichen. Several injured, undying sovereigns retreated in succession, and the others surrounded them. Zichen seemed helpless. Heavenly Tao, exterminate! Suddenly, a cold shout rang out between heaven and earth. A young man in linen clothes appeared in the crowd. He half knelt in the void, his hands crossed in front of his chest as if he was praying. He looked very pious. A mysterious power surged out from the young man's body. This power communicated with heaven and earth. The void suddenly broke open, and a bright light appeared from within. This light was a kind of rule, known as the Heavenly Tao Rule. Just like the angry thunder that Zi-chun had cast 1,000 years ago, it fell from the sky and landed on an injured, undying sovereign. The sudden scene caused the undying sovereign's face to change drastically. As this energy enveloped his body, his expression suddenly became extremely painful, as if he had been subjected to extreme torture. He let out a roar. Amidst his roar, his body began to roll in the sky, and miserable cries rang out continuously. Under the clear perception of everyone, his undying source was rapidly disappearing. This was forced. During this period, even if the undying sovereign wanted to explode his body to disperse this power, he couldn't do it. This was an even stronger power that completely suppressed the undying source. The frequency of the undying sovereign's rolling decreased, and his miserable cries gradually became weak. In the end, all of his undying source was destroyed, and his body fell to the ground. Such a scene caused everyone to be extremely shocked. They all turned their heads to look at the young man in linen clothes. Chapter 1850. A mysterious force killed an undying sovereign, and everyone's attention was on the youth in linen clothes. He looked very ordinary, and his expression was calm, like a big brother of the Lin family. There was no murderous aura around him. However, such a person had actually killed an undying sovereign. Zi-chun, who was fighting in the sky, saw the youth in linen clothes and nodded at him. Then he said, "Defend first." This sentence was obviously directed at Tyrant and the others. Under such circumstances, it was meaningless to be brave. Tyrant and Demon Ape quickly retreated and joined the three girls to protect the statue. Roar! The flying tiger roared and jumped down from the statue's shoulder to join the battle. Roar! A dragon roar resounded, and the barbaric dragon also joined in. However, this time, everyone's goal was to defend. They wanted to buy time for Longhu and Su Mengyao to break the seal. On the other side, Zi-chun was fighting against several undying sovereigns. After injuring one of them, the other undying sovereign quickly retreated and was ready to replace him. Suddenly, he felt a palpitating aura appear above his head. He subconsciously raised his head and saw that a thick book emitting golden light had appeared in the sky without him noticing. At this moment, the book opened by itself and a cold voice sounded. Seal. As the voice sounded, a golden light fell from the book. The golden light was a mysterious force. It was very fast, and there was no way to avoid it. It instantly fell on the heavily injured, undying sovereign. The latter's body was completely covered by the golden light. In the eyes of the people, the undying sovereign was struggling in the golden light. Destroy, said another voice. In the sky, another golden light fell from the book and landed on the undying sovereign's body. Just like the previous encounter with the Heavenly Ways rules, the undying sovereign's undying origin was quickly being destroyed. Buzz. The light trembled and the golden light disappeared. The book in the sky was slowly closing. The undying sovereign below had his undying origin destroyed, and he became a dead person and fell from the sky. This was the fifth undying sovereign that had died. The one who killed this undying sovereign was an old youth. He had the vitality of a youth, but he had the face of a middle-aged man. He stood in the middle of the crowd, and the people around him had already scattered in fear. A source sovereign had actually killed an undying sovereign. Clearly, this was an extraordinary existence. However, he wasn't as relaxed as Zi-chun. After this attack, his face turned pale. He had consumed a huge amount of origin energy. The middle-aged man was the fortune-teller of the heaven-telling city. He nodded at Zi-chun and opened the Book of Destiny again. Buzz. The Book of Heavens will trembled. Another golden light shot out from it and headed downwards. Among the group of undying sovereigns, the expressions of several injured, undying sovereigns changed drastically. Their eyes were filled with fear. That golden light couldn't kill the undying sovereigns in perfect condition, but it could kill them who had suffered injuries to their origin. In the face of the golden light, No one had the slightest room to dodge. They could only passively accept it. The golden light descended, and an unlucky bastard was struck. The golden light first sealed the other party, and then another ray of light descended, obliterating the undying source, killing the Supreme Being. The fortune teller's face was pale. After killing 2 undying sovereigns in a row, he had consumed a huge amount of origin energy. Again, he let out a low roar, and the energy around his body surged. He had exhausted all the origin energy in his body. The golden light book opened again, and the 3rd undying sovereign was killed by the fortune teller. On the other side, after killing 3 undying sovereigns, blood flowed from the corner of Xuantian's mouth. He had suffered quite a bit of backlash. Die. Seeing this scene, Shimin Lu roared and rushed toward Shantian. The devil ape's figure flashed and blocked Shimin Lu's path. With a violent swing of his staff, Shimin Lu's body exploded. The 2 of them appeared and killed 6 undying sovereigns. However, their origin energy had been exhausted, and they were no longer a threat to the others. The group of undying sovereigns secretly heaved a sigh of relief. As long as they were careful, these people would eventually die. Violent energy surged, and the statues began to tremble. A pure and powerful aura was released. Now the 2 people in the statues had truly awakened. Buzz. Su Mingyao's body emitted a dazzling light, and the aura of an origin sovereign was released. After 1,000 years of self-sealing, the ethereal in action operated on its own, absorbing the energy in the void. With LV Peng's help, Su Mengyao finally took the last step and reached the sovereign realm. Feeling the sovereign's aura, the city was in an uproar. Obviously, this was another existence that could fight against those above their level. The next moment, the roar of a dragon and a tiger resounded, and the sound shook the 9 heavens. The aura of a sovereign spread, and another sovereign appeared. Under the gaze of the crowd, the statue disappeared, and a white-robed fairy appeared in the sky. The fairy was riding on a majestic sovereign beast. The fairy had just awakened, and her eyes were still hazy. After feeling the powerful energy surging around her, she gradually woke up and saw familiar figures around her. She was slightly stunned and blinked her bright eyes, as if she couldn't believe the scene in front of her. "Mengyao, you're finally awake." A loud voice could be heard, as the flying godly tiger flew to Su Mingyao's side excitedly. The flying godly tiger had been following Su Mengyao since they were very young. If it weren't for the old men, it would have followed Su Mengyao to the floating city. "It's you, little tiger," Su Mengyao said softly with a gentle voice. She had completely woken up and knew it wasn't an illusion. She saw familiar figures with smiles on their faces, surrounded by the auras of the 9 Heavens Supremes. 9 Heavens Supremes, they have all reached the 9 Heavens Supremes. Longhu's voice was filled with vigor. He had fully awakened and was also a 9 Heavens Supremes. The 2 were still fighting and clearly had no time to chat. Even the flying godly tiger quickly dashed forward. Longhu and Su Mengyao also joined the battle after seeing this. Longhu transformed, and his enormous figure was like a giant mountain. With a swipe of his claws, an immortal Supremes exploded. As a 9 Heaven Supremes, he could easily defeat an immortal Supremes, but he could not eliminate their immortal Supremes. Su Mengyao was as ethereal as a fairy, and her attacks were very powerful. However, there were very few energies in the world that could break through the restrictions and kill an immortal Supremes. Zi Chun broke the rules and followed the Heavenly Tao because of the Heavenly Tao's rules. However, they could only deal with an injured immortal Supremes, and they would also suffer a backlash in the process. Although the others didn't have the means of the 2 of them, they could display a powerful battle strength that could withstand the siege of a group of immortal Supremes. The appearance of Longhu and Su Mengyao changed the situation of the battle. They had completely suppressed the group of immortal Supremes, but this was only temporary for the immortal Supremes. Soon, Their origin energy would be exhausted, and the only thing left would be death. Zi Chen could clearly see that the battle would be very disadvantageous for them if it continued, but he seemed to have no other choice in the current situation. These immortal supremes were getting braver as they fought, and there was no sign of retreat at all. They could either be chased away, killed, or trapped. However, it seemed that there was no way to trap the immortal supremes now. At this moment, a light flashed in Zi Chen's mind. He flipped his hand, and a simple and unadorned little cauldron appeared in his hand. Although the little cauldron looked very ordinary, it was Zi Chen's only hope at this moment. "Senior, do you have a way to deal with these immortal supremes?" Zi Chen transmitted his voice to the cauldron spirit for help. Zi Chen hadn't summoned the cauldron spirit for a long time. The cauldron spirit had been in a deep slumber and was unaware of what was happening in the outside world. When he sensed the presence of immortal supremes, including Zi Chen, he was very surprised to find that there were so many familiar faces among them. Zi Chen informed the cauldron spirit of what had happened at the fastest speed possible. He didn't expect that Ethereal City would value him so much that they would find so many immortal supremes. In fact, even if he had expected it, he would still come. Given the current situation, it would be difficult for them to escape. After listening to Han Shuo, the cauldron spirit asked, "Do you still have origin energy?" "I still have a lot," said Zi Chen. "Good. Use the origin energy to reforge the cauldron," instructed the cauldron spirit. The cauldron in Zi Chen's hand suddenly left Zi Chen's hand and flew forward. The cauldron was very small. It was only the size of a palm, and there wasn't any aura circulating around it. However, the cauldron looked very simple and unadorned. The immortal supremes who were attacking thought that it was one of Zi Chen's trump cards. Out of caution, they didn't immediately attack. Instead, they subconsciously retreated. The cauldron floated in the air without any special changes. While the crowd was puzzled, Zi Chen raised his hand and pointed at the cauldron. Origin energy appeared in his finger. Like a spirit snake, it coiled around the cauldron. When the others saw the origin energy, they were puzzled. However, the Supremes' faces changed drastically. As Supremes, they knew very well what this energy represented. It was origin energy, the true origin energy. It was extremely precious and rare. Normally, it would be counted in drops. First, it would be used to temper one's body. If there was excess, it would be used to temper one's weapon. This kind of origin energy would be exhausted before breaking through to origin supremacy. After that, the world would no longer be able to produce this kind of origin energy. But now they actually saw pure origin energy. Moreover, there was so much of it. When all the supreme beings present saw the power of origin surrounding the pill cauldron, their expressions changed. It was hard for them to imagine how Zi Chen, who had tempered his body, still had so much power of origin in him. The origin energy continuously appeared and landed on the cauldron. The entire cauldron seemed to be burning. It was undergoing significant changes. One of the biggest changes was its size. The palm-sized cauldron instantly doubled in size. As the origin energy was being consumed, the cauldron was still rapidly expanding. Chapter 1851. The cauldron was burning with raging flames. The origin energy seemed to be filling the cauldron with fuel. The flames burned more and more fiercely, and the scorching heat spread out. Boom! The originally simple cauldron began to expand. Its majestic aura shook the heavens, and the roars of beasts rang out from the cauldron one after another. The origin energy in Zi Chen's hand was constantly filling the cauldron, as if it could never be used up. The crowd, who weren't Supremes, didn't know what was happening at all. However, they were all stunned. They had never seen so much origin energy. The origin source energy was the true treasure. It was still very useful to them at their current level. He's condensing a weapon. Stop him! Zi Chen would not condense a cauldron for no reason. Ximin Lu felt that something was wrong and shouted loudly. Swoosh! An immortal supremacy began to teleport and rushed towards Zi Chen. Because Zi Chen's strength was too strong, none of the Supremes dared to attack Zi Chen. They only dared to attack when several of them were together. Facing the incoming attack, Zi Chen didn't dodge. He just stood there motionlessly. Clang! Beside him, the void broke open and the demon ape walked out. The black rod in its hand swept across, and two immortal Supremes were sent flying. On the other side, Monk appeared in a flash, and the demon, subduing pestle in his hand, destroyed an attack. Just like how the crowd protected the statue before, Zi Chen and the cauldron became the target of everyone's protection at this moment. The barbaric dragon, Longhu, and flying divine tiger wandered around the periphery, displaying their strongest combat strength. The immortal Supremes didn't dare to approach casually. Su Mengyao and the others guarded Zi Chen from all directions, preventing the immortal Supremes from sneaking up on him. As for Zi Chen, when he used a huge amount of origin energy to condense the cauldron, the heavenly thunder wings appeared on his back. The origin energy was a new kind of energy. After being condensed by this energy, the quality of everything would be improved. During the process of reforging the pill furnace, Zi Chen was able to clearly perceive the pill furnace for the first time, as well as some of its methods of use and power. In this situation, the pill furnace had truly recognized a master, and its power had greatly increased. As a result, Zi Chen sensed something, and the heavenly thunder wings appeared on his back. He condensed the heavenly thunder wings that had been following him all this time. Meanwhile, on the periphery, everyone was shocked to see Zi Chen condense another portion of his origin energy into something else. In their eyes, Zi Chen's origin energy seemed to be inexhaustible. Boom! The alchemy cauldron was still expanding, and a violent aura swept through the entire Misty City. The entire Misty City was trembling under the expansion of the alchemy cauldron. Su Mengyao and the others who were near the alchemy cauldron had no choice but to retreat. The aura emitted from the alchemy cauldron was too frightening. The other undying sovereigns took the opportunity to attack the cauldron, but the moment their attacks got close to the cauldron, they were swallowed up by it. Above the pill cauldron, the surging aura became increasingly terrifying, affecting the entire Misty City, causing everyone's expressions to change. The group of undying sovereigns who were constantly attacking were still fearless at this moment. Below, among the crowd, one gaze after another fell on the pill cauldron. Their originally indifferent expressions were now replaced with a hint of fear. The entire pill cauldron was like a mountain, burning with raging flames as it floated above Misty City, exuding an ancient and vast aura. The origin energy gradually stopped channeling, and the refining of the pill cauldron was completed. Roar! With a thought, a dragon's roar came from the pill cauldron. Immediately after, 4 fire dragons rushed out of the pill cauldron, heading straight for an undying sovereign. The undying sovereign's figure changed as he shuttled through the void, avoiding the fire dragon's lock-on. However, the 4 fire dragons seemed to have the delusion breaker eye. After locking onto his aura, they directly swept towards him. In the next moment, the undying sovereign's body was swept up by the fire dragons and brought towards the pill cauldron. In the face of this unknown situation, the undying sovereign yelled and launched a series of attacks. When these attacks landed on the fire dragons, they instantly severed them, but it was useless. The fire dragons quickly reassembled and returned to the pill cauldron. When the fire dragons returned to the pill cauldron, the flames within the pill cauldron became even more intense. From time to time, the miserable shrieks of the undying sovereign could be heard. Don't worry. In this pill cauldron, he will definitely die. I will refine the undying origin crystal. Cauldron Spirit's voice sounded in Zi Chen's sea of consciousness. At this moment, Zi-Chen's six-winged heavenly lightning wings had also been refined to the final stage. After the refinement, Zi-Chen had a clearer understanding of the heavenly lightning wings. At the same time, his extreme speed had also improved by quite a bit. Rumble! The pill cauldron trembled, causing the entire Misty City to tremble. Another 4 fire dragons rushed out, locking on to their target. Whoosh! Whoosh! Faced with the fire dragons locking onto him, the Undying Sovereign was dodging. Because he wasn't injured, the 4 fire dragons had a hard time locking onto him. At this moment, the Undying Sovereign felt an energy fluctuation coming from beside him. Before he could react, a dragon's spear pierced through his back. The destructive origin energy annihilated his undying origin energy. He screamed in pain and prepared to self-detonate to get rid of the energy attack. The 4 fire dragons took advantage of the situation and coiled around the Undying Sovereign's body, bringing him into the pill cauldron. In the blink of an eye, the 2 Undying Sovereigns disappeared. It was unknown whether they were dead or alive. Then, the crowd saw the reversal of the battle. Everything became Zi-Chen's time to perform. He displayed an unprecedented speed. Under such speed, no one could avoid Zi-Chen. After that, Zi-Chen made his move. Bang! 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 Every time he attacked, an Undying Sovereign would be injured. Then the Undying Sovereign would be taken away by the elusive fire dragons. The original 4 fire dragons had now grown to 8. They were wandering around, ready to take away the Undying Sovereigns at any time. In addition to Zi-Chen, the 3 supreme beasts also made their moves at this moment, killing one Undying Sovereign after another. The moment the Undying Sovereign's body reassembled, the fire dragons swarmed forward and brought him into the pill cauldron. The fate of these Undying Sovereigns who entered the pill cauldron was still unknown. The number of Undying Sovereigns around was decreasing. Cold sweat gradually appeared on Shimin Lu's forehead. This was an uncontrollable situation. They had expected it and made some preparations for it. Under such circumstances, it seemed that those preparations should have appeared. But so far they hadn't. Below, an uproar rose and fell. No one had expected that so many Undying Sovereigns couldn't do anything to Zi-Chen and the others. The number of Undying Sovereigns was decreasing. Those who entered the pill cauldron were still unknown. The others finally felt fear in their hearts. They no longer fought. Instead, they turned around and ran in horror. Although they had promised Misty City to deal with these people, there was no need to throw their lives away here. The group of Undying Sovereigns quickly disappeared. During this time, the fire dragons captured another 2. For a moment, only Shimin Lu was left. This was Misty City. His home was here. He had nowhere to run. In the sky, only Shimin Lu was left. This result was completely unexpected. Everyone exclaimed and shook their heads repeatedly. If Misty City didn't have more experts, it was obvious that Misty City would be destroyed by these few youngsters. Senior brother, is the battle over? In the crowd, a cultivator with a sword on his back asked, "How is that possible? The battle has just begun," the senior brother from Sword Sect said indifferently. As the group of Undying Sovereigns fled, there was an obvious wave of undisguised killing intent in the crowd. The masters of these killing intent had extraordinary origins and methods. In the distance, several of the elders from Tianwu continent had fainted after seeing the Undying Sovereigns flee. This time, Zi-Chen had displayed such a powerful method. Their lives were definitely not guaranteed. Even if Zi-Chen didn't kill them, the Flying Divine Tiger wouldn't let them go. In fact, they were regretting it. If they had known that supreme beasts were so popular in this world, they wouldn't have only brought the Flying Divine Tiger, but also the other supreme beasts. Unfortunately, it was their selfishness that had completely ruined them. In the sky, beside the burning pill cauldron, Zi-Chen looked at Shimin Lu, whose undying source was heavily damaged. He said coldly, "I won't kill you for now. I'll let you see the destruction of Misty City with your own eyes." Shimin Lu's expression changed. There was no despair in his eyes, only doubt and confusion. He had already calculated this matter. The current situation wasn't unsolvable. Trash. What a bunch of trash. At this moment, a cold voice rang out from below. A blue-robed youth walked out from the crowd, step by step in the air. The joy on Shimin Lu's face only flashed for a moment before it turned into confusion. He didn't know this blue-robed youth. When the blue-clothed young man appeared, the entire world was instantly filled with a chill. As he walked through the air, a thin layer of white ice condensed in the surrounding air. With each step, ice would appear. The blue-robed youth walked to the opposite side of Zichin. He swept a glance at Shimin Lu and said coldly, "So many undying sovereigns, but you can't destroy their undying source. What a bunch of trash." Shimin Lu's face turned red and white, but he didn't refute. He was guessing in his heart whether or not this person was a helper. The coldness from the youth made him feel very uncomfortable. Even his undying source was showing signs of freezing. He immediately retreated, and Zichin didn't stop him. The youth was also an undying sovereign. Zichin had already displayed his strength, but this undying sovereign still dared to come forward. Clearly, he had some extraordinary means. In fact, everyone, including Zichin, had a serious expression on their faces when they saw the young man. "Who are you?" Zichin looked at the blue-robed youth and asked in a deep voice. From the other party's attitude towards Shimin Lu and Shimin Lu's expression, the two didn't know each other. Clearly, this youth wasn't someone from Misty City. The youth looked at Zichin and sneered. "You're Zichin from the Martial Sky continent." That's right. I heard that you're very glorious in the Martial Sky continent. Remember my name, Minsk. You can call me Shui Minsk." Chapter 1852. The Zhanwu continent was made up of cities, prefectures, and regions. However, this wasn't absolute. Among them, there were also other forces. For example, the sword sect didn't belong to cities, prefectures, or regions. In truth, Misty City didn't count either. Misty City looked like a city, but it had developed more like a sect. Shimin Lu was equivalent to a sect elder. In the Zhanwu continent, there were a few large powers that were very famous. For example, the sword sect was one of the hegemons of the fourth continent. In addition to the famous sword sect, the Five Elements aristocratic family was also very famous in the entire Zhanwu continent. This was an aristocratic family founded purely on the Five Elements. Every disciple of the aristocratic family condensed a single law of the Five Elements. Compared to the many laws that Zichin, Su Mengyao, and the others had comprehended, this single law sounded very weak. However, that wasn't the case. After many years of development, the Five Elements aristocratic family had already developed the laws of the Five Elements to the limit. Furthermore, to use this single law, one didn't just need the laws of the Five Elements. One also needed to possess the bloodline of the Five Elements. This kind of pure bloodline had a very unified name on the Zhanwu continent. They were called heavenly experts. For example, Minster wasn't born with the surname Shui, nor did he come from the Five Elements aristocratic family. Instead, he possessed a pure water bloodline. After being recruited by the Shui family, he was given the surname Shui, the Five Elements aristocratic family. This was the first time Zichin had heard of the Five Elements aristocratic family on the Zhanwu continent. He quickly thought of the Five Elements aristocratic family. Back then, in order to enter the Lightning Divine Hall, the Five Elements aristocratic family had lost quite a few pseudo-heavenly experts. Up until now, Zichin had never seen a single pseudo-heavenly expert on the Zhanwu continent. The Five Elements aristocratic family is the hegemon of the second continent. They are divided into metal, wood, water, fire, and earth. Normally, the 5 elements come together. While speaking, Lin Shui looked down. The reason the 5 elements aristocratic family had come was clearly because of Zi Chen's suppression of the 5 elements aristocratic family on the Jianmu continent. Since the Shui family had appeared, there had to be people from the other 4 families. Zi Chen also looked down. The 5 elements aristocratic family's appearance, which surprised him. From the crowd, a cold aura could be felt as 3 more people walked out. All 3 of them exuded a frigid aura. Clearly, they were also from the Shui clan. The 3 of them flew through the air and stood behind Minsk, staring coldly at Zi Chen. The other 4 families didn't show up. Clearly, they believed that Minsk alone could take care of everything. Zi Chen waved his hand and said, "Step back." Everyone responded and retreated. Everyone had expended a lot of energy in the previous battle. Under such circumstances, they could only recover first. With a thought, the pill cauldron in the sky shook and shrank until it was the size of a palm. Then it fell into Zi Chen's hand. Just as Zi Chen put away the cauldron, Minster also waved his hand. The 3 undying supremes behind him retreated, and so did Shimin Lu. The appearance of the 5 elements aristocratic family here to cause trouble for Zi Chen made him very suspicious. In the crowd, the cultivators who knew about the 5 elements aristocratic family were also very curious. As a hegemon, under normal circumstances, it was impossible for them to have any enmity with Zi Chen. That was because Zi Chen was too weak. He wasn't worthy of the 5 elements aristocratic family making such a big move. But this time, the 5 elements aristocratic family had sent their undying supremes across several continents. It was clearly because of Zi Chen. The Misty Sect's elders, who had just regained consciousness, let out sighs of relief when they saw the 5 elements aristocratic family appear. As people of the Martial Heaven continent, they were very clear on why the 5 elements aristocratic family had come. Since Zi Chen had been targeted by the 5 elements aristocratic family, only death awaited him. "I won't kill you. I'll bring your head back so that you can keep your head clear on the way back," Minsk said indifferently. His eyes were fixed on Zi Chen. His eyes were filled with coldness. These were Minsk's opening words. The 2 of them weren't familiar with each other, so they naturally didn't talk much. Minsk's blue robes trembled slightly, and an icy chi surged out of his body. Wherever the cold air passed, the surrounding air would be completely frozen. A thin layer of ice appeared on the surface of all the buildings in Misty City. Under the sunlight, the ice reflected a dazzling light. In the blink of an eye, this place became a world of ice. Minsk stood at the center of this world of ice. Within the world of ice, there was an eerie coldness. Everyone who felt this coldness quickly retreated into the distance. Some of the weaker existences had no choice but to retreat outside of the city. As an undying sovereign, Shimin Lu's expression changed when he sensed this aura. He knew that he wasn't a match for Minsk. "I heard that you've comprehended many laws, but that's useless. Just one is enough." A sinister smile appeared at the corner of Minsk's mouth. He extended his right hand and pointed at Zi Chen. A ray of sword chi formed completely of ice shot toward Zi Chen. There wasn't any sword intent in the sword chi, so it couldn't compare to Wang Xian sword. However, this sword contained pure chi of ice and the laws of water that had evolved to the limit. This sword was very swift. In the blink of an eye, it was in front of Zi Chen. Clang! Zi Chen pointed his spear at the sword. A loud clang was heard, and a huge force came from the sword chi, forcing Zi Chen back several steps. Seeing Zi Chen being forced back, many people in the crowd were shocked. Zi Chen had just displayed great strength, but now he was forced back by someone from the Shui family. After stabilizing himself, Zi Chen's lightning wings flapped, and he immediately disappeared. Buzz! Minsk's expression didn't change. He took several steps back. Streams of water appeared in front of him. The water quickly condensed into a wall of ice. Uft! A spear instantly pierced through the newly formed wall of ice. Then the wall of ice shattered, and Zichen rushed out with his spear. The void trembled as a huge wave came crashing down. Within the wave, the laws of water surged. It carried a heavy pressure as it rushed toward Zichen. In Zichen's hand, the spear spun, stirring up the space and forming a huge force to stop the incoming wave. Crack! Crack! The power contained in the wave was beyond Zichen's imagination. The entire dragon's spear started to bend, and a shallow crack appeared on it. This wave could actually destroy a dragon weapon. Zichen's expression changed. Golden light flashed around him, and an even stronger force appeared. At this moment, Minsk walked out of the wave with a blue sword. He slashed at Zichen's neck. This attack was even faster. Zichen couldn't dodge in time and could only use his spear to block. Clang! The blue sword slashed at the spear. Zichen immediately retreated. The wave immediately rolled over with a thunderous sound. Minsk stood in the center of the wave, attacking Zichen again and again with his blue sword. Clang! Clang! In the sky, clanging sounds constantly rang out. Minsk cooperated with the wave, forcing Zichen to retreat again and again. The demon ape and the others watched the battlefield with nervous and uneasy expressions. Recover first! Zichen's calm voice rang out in everyone's minds. Minsk was powerful, but he wasn't an undefeatable existence. On one side was the wave, and on the other was the attack. Zichen was in a very difficult position. After several clashes, more and more cracks appeared on his dragon spear. Crack! After another attack, the dragon spear broke in two. The sharp sword Qi almost brushed past Zichen's forehead. A red mark appeared between Zichen's eyebrows, and he quickly retreated. A supreme-grade imperial weapon had been destroyed just like that. A commotion broke out in the crowd. A supreme weapon. It must be a supreme weapon. Cries of surprise rang out from the crowd. Zichen had sensed something strange about Minsk's weapon long ago. Now he was even more certain that his opponent's weapon was a level higher than his dragon spear. Everyone looked at Zichen. They didn't know what he would do now that he had lost his weapon. Zichen threw away his dragon spear. Lightning flashed around his body as he charged at Minsk. Boom! Zichen, who was moving forward, threw a punch. A fist of light formed from origin source energy shot towards the surging waves. When the fist landed, the wave was obstructed. It paused for a moment. Zichen's fist went straight for Minsk's chest. Minsk slashed down with his sword, wanting to cut off Zichen's arm. Clang! The supreme weapon struck Zichen's fist, producing a clang. Then a terrifying force surged into Minsk's body through the long sword. The powerful force sent Minsk flying. The moment Minsk was sent flying, the waves that had been appearing before also appeared. Zichen stood in the air. He didn't have a supreme weapon, but his body was comparable to a supreme weapon. In the crowd, after seeing the white mark on Zichen's fist, the expressions of many immortal sovereigns changed. To be able to block the attack of a supreme weapon unscathed, Zichen's body was too strong. Go to hell! Being sent flying by a single punch from Zichen in front of everyone's eyes, Minsk felt extremely humiliated. With a furious roar, he raised his long sword and charged at Zichen along with the huge wave from before. His figure constantly changed in the waves. He was very fast, constantly attacking Zichen. Zichen, who had lightning wings, was also like a ray of light. The two of them were constantly entangled in the waves. The waves were formed by pure origin energy. They were Minsk's foundation. Being in the waves, his battle strength was greatly increased, and his speed was also increased. On the other hand, Zichen's methods were suppressed in all aspects. Clang! 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 The two of them were locked in a fierce battle. Terrifying energy scattered in all directions. Frost chi surged, and the sound of thunder spread. In this battle, the two of them were evenly matched. It was difficult to determine the victor. Shimin Lu nodded in satisfaction. The Five Elements family had more than one Minsk. If the two of them couldn't defeat each other, the others would definitely take action. At that time, Zi-chan would undoubtedly die. Misty City's difficulties would be resolved by the Five Elements family. He couldn't help but sigh. Just as Shimin Lu was sighing, a bright light suddenly appeared in the waves. Chapter 1853. The wave disappeared, and Minsk looked at Zi-chan, stunned. Zi-chan stood on the other side, holding his sheathed saber. His expression was calm. Minsk opened his mouth, his eyes wide. Just now, a bright saber light had appeared unexpectedly and broken through his defense. Boom! The sky trembled and flames spread. The cauldron appeared again, and the heavy pressure caused the space to distort. The cauldron opened, and 8 fire dragons rushed out. Dragon roars resounded through the world, and the 8 fire dragons rushed straight for Minsk. Frost chi surged around Minsk, wanting to destroy the 8 fire dragons. Suddenly his body split into 2, and all his strength disappeared in an instant. The 8 fire dragons carried the 2 halves of Minsk's body toward the cauldron. Stop! Stop! Let him go! When the 3 undying supremes from the Shui clan saw this scene, they immediately shouted and rushed over. You guys go too. Zi-chen's cold voice rang out in the 3's sea of consciousness. Zi-chen, who displayed extreme speed, instantly arrived in front of the 3. He struck 3 times at each of them, and the destructive power of the world entered their bodies, causing them to explode. The flames of life burned fiercely, and the 3 bodies reassembled. But what welcomed them was the cauldron, filled with devouring power. The 3 of them screamed as they were sucked into the cauldron. This change happened so quickly that no one could react. Minsk of the Shui clan and the 3 undying sovereigns had already been sucked into the cauldron. The entire cauldron was like a bottomless pit. Dozens of undying sovereigns had already entered, but none of them had come out. The experts from the Shui clan of the 5 elements were destroyed just like that. The scene instantly became quiet. The situation had reversed too quickly. No one knew what had happened in the wave. Among the crowd, only a few people had seen what had just happened. The main reason for Minsk's death was that shining saber. That saber was much faster than Minsk's attack. It instantly broke through the wave and cut Minsk's body in half. One of the 5 elements' aristocratic families had failed, and all 4 of their undying sovereigns had been killed. Among them was Minster, which was not a small loss. The other 4 clans should be coming out by now. Shimin Lu thought to himself. With a flash of brilliance, 4 rays of light shot out from the crowd. 4 cold-faced young men walked out from the crowd. Their clothes were of the same color as the 5 elements: metal, wood, fire, and earth. Jin Guchuan, the young man in gold, took a step forward and said coldly, Mu Suyu, the green-robed man from the Mu family, said, Hua Hao Mu, earth, sinking mountain. After the 4 of them introduced themselves, they immediately attacked. Golden light flashed as a sharp golden chi attacked. The entire Misty City was filled with a murderous aura. Amidst the dazzling golden light, a sharp blade was aimed directly at Zi-chen's face. Zi-chen's figure flickered as he clenched his fist and punched forward. Boom! With the violent energy, Zi-chen's punch directly repelled the golden blade. He didn't have a supreme weapon, but his physical body was the strongest supreme weapon. Swoosh! Green light flashed as the wood chi surged. A glowing green tree staff appeared from the void and went straight for Zi-chen's head. With a flash of light under Zi-chen's feet, he instantly dodged the attack. In terms of speed, No one could be faster than Ziqin. After dodging the attack, flames swept towards him. In the flames, fire snakes coiled around as Hamu rushed towards Ziqin. Lightning flashed around Ziqin's body. Boundless lightning surged forward as the two collided head-on. Boom! In the sky, there was an explosion of energy. Ziqin's body shook slightly as the flames around him were extinguished instantly. Looking ahead, the young man from the Hu family was completely engulfed by the lightning. At the same time, his body was sent flying backwards. The void shook as a huge mountain pressed down on Ziqin. The heavy pressure caused the sky to sink. Ziqin raised his head and looked at the mountain. A sneer appeared at the corner of his mouth as he clenched his fist and punched. The power of lightning surged wildly as the supreme origin surrounded his body. The heavy mountain flew in response. Ziqin fought against 4 undying sovereigns by himself, and he wasn't at a disadvantage at all. One had to know that Ziqin was only in the origin realm. Everyone was extremely shocked. Many people were very anxious as they watched, but they didn't step forward. The death of the Shui family's powerhouse was a lesson. This time, they didn't choose to show up. The energy in the sky was constantly surging. The 5 people fighting seemed to have turned into 5 rays of light that were constantly entangled. Monk and the others were recovering their energy. It seemed that it was impossible for them to kill Ziqin in the current situation. In the battlefield, the 4 undying sovereigns were more and more shocked as they fought. Up until now, Ziqin's combat strength had not weakened at all. Instead, it had become very strong. With their eyesight, they could naturally see that Ziqin had just broken through and could be considered to have just entered the origin realm. At this realm, one's origin energy was relatively scarce, and they could only use powerful attacks a few times. For example, Obedient Way and Fortune Teller, who had killed the undying sovereigns, had used up all of their origin energy after only 3 attacks. Another example was Monk and the others. Although their battle strength was very strong and their origin energy far exceeded that of ordinary people, there would always be a time when it was used up. However, Ziqin was different. Up until now, the more he fought, the braver he became. The origin energy in his body seemed to be endless and could not be used up at all. Not only were they shocked, but the other undying sovereigns were also shocked. The people from the 5 Elements aristocratic family had waited until the end to appear. They wanted to make Ziqin consume a lot of energy, but now it seemed that their plan had not succeeded. Boom! Ziqin stood in the air, the energy around his body surging, and the 4 undying sovereigns were all pushed back. The 4 people who were retreating had a slight change in expression. After looking at each other, they rushed forward again. The current Ziqin was becoming more and more terrifying. Swoosh! This time, a flash of saber light appeared in front of Ziqin, and the saber light went straight for the people from the Mu family. Because they had seen Ziqin's attack, the 4 of them had been on guard. At this moment, after seeing this attack, the people from the Mu family made a defensive posture. However, they had underestimated the power of Ziqin's attack. As the saber light passed, the people from the Mu family's defense was immediately broken, and the bright saber light cut through their bodies. Boom! In the sky, the pale cauldron trembled and directly smashed down, taking in the people from the Mu family who were separated from their bodies. There was one less undying sovereign now. In the crowd, there was an even greater exclamation and uproar. The 4 of them couldn't beat Ziqin, and now there were only 3 left. It seemed even more impossible. And this time the 5 Elements family's revenge on Ziqin was destined to fail. This Ziqin is indeed strong, but unfortunately, after seeing this scene, Shimin Lu also shook his head. If it weren't for his own selfish desires, he wouldn't have forced Su Mengyao to marry his son, and so many things wouldn't have happened. With the combat strength and talent Ziqin had shown, if he was willing to help Misty City, then Misty City's reputation would definitely increase by a lot, and perhaps even be able to enter the sixth mainland. However, at this point, there was nothing to regret. Whether the Five Elements family succeeded or failed this time, Zichen and the others were destined to not walk out of Misty City alive. Misty City had been standing tall for so long, so how could it be destroyed so easily? As if to verify Shimin Lu's thoughts, a person appeared silently in the sky. This person had merged with heaven and earth, and appeared without warning. No one, including Zichen, could detect him. He looked down at the one-sided battle below, and there seemed to be the light of the sun, the moon, and Xing-Chen changing in his eyes. He stood in the sky like the ruler of heaven and earth, looking down on all living things. This was an existence that had already begun to comprehend the world's source energy. This was a completely new realm, and this realm had a new name, the Heavenly Realm. When the lightning divine temple appeared in the martial sky continent, those who wanted to enter the lightning divine temple to seek opportunities were all at this level, and those who died were also at this level. In the heaven-defying cultivation of cultivators, the Heavenly Realm was the final realm of the three realms of heaven, earth, and mortal. It was because of this existence that Shimin Lu didn't fear Zichen in the slightest. On the battlefield below, after one person was sucked into the cauldron, the remaining three were clearly having a hard time fighting against Zichen. Not long after, Zichen easily broke through the defenses of one of them, and after injuring his source energy, he was finally sucked into the cauldron. The cauldron was in the sky, burning with raging flames. The cauldron's might spread, emitting an ancient and vast aura. Zichen stood beside the cauldron, his figure tall and imposing. Zichen's strength had been deeply imprinted in everyone's mind. They believed that it wouldn't be long before Zichen's name spread throughout the entire martial sky continent. However, all of this was useless in the eyes of the Heavenly Realm. No matter how strong Zichen was, he was still in the Earth Realm, and he was in the Heavenly Realm. There was an insurmountable gap between the two. His gaze fell on the cauldron, and his expression changed slightly. That simple cauldron felt familiar to him, but he didn't know where he had seen it before. However, it was definitely not an ordinary item. It's not bad to be able to refine the undying sovereign. The Heavenly Realm expert spoke for the first time, and a smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. This time, Misty City had suffered a great loss, but this cauldron could make up for it. Among the crowd, loud cheers rang out continuously, and the entire city was in an uproar. At this point, there was no one in the entire Misty City who could stop Zichen. In the eyes of everyone, the destruction of the entire Misty City was a foregone conclusion. Previously, no one could have imagined that with the strength of a few people, they could destroy Misty City. In the crowd, the remaining undying sovereigns from the Five Elements families immediately turned and left. Zichen was invincible in this realm, and they could only seek stronger experts. Sensing that familiar oppressive aura, Shimin Lu's heart calmed down. He said to Zichen, "Zichen, you don't have to be proud. Killing them won't change your fate of being killed." With just you, Zichen looked at Shimin Lu with a mocking smile. Of course not, because of the Heavenly Realm. Chapter 1854. The Heaven Realm was a completely new realm, a supreme realm. If the Supremacy Realm was the formation of one's world and the end of the Earth Realm, then the Heaven Realm was the beginning of a higher realm. No matter where they were, a Heaven Realm expert was a big shot, and the strongest existence that Zichen had seen so far was only in the Heaven Realm. The bustling city instantly quietened down because of the two words Heaven Realm. Tyrant and the others who were recovering had a change in expression when they heard the two words Heaven Realm. They looked around vigilantly. If there was really such an existence in Misty City, then they were in danger. Su Mengyao shook her head, indicating that she didn't know. From the beginning to the end, Shimin Lu didn't trust her. Otherwise, there wouldn't be such a marriage alliance. Seeing the change in everyone's expression, Shimin Lu laughed complacently. That oppressive aura was so familiar he would never forget it. Only a Heaven Realm expert could emit such an aura. And this time, such an existence came to Misty City as a precaution. The situation of the battle was reversed again. A Heaven Realm expert was enough to change the entire situation. Under such circumstances, everyone had to die. Zi Chen's expression was very ugly. 1,000 years ago, there was only one undying, imperishable in the entire Misty City. Who would have thought that 1,000 years later, a group of undying, imperishable would come? After dealing with those undying, imperishable with great difficulty, a 5 elements aristocratic family came out to seek revenge. Now, they killed the 5 elements aristocratic family's people. Everything was about to end, but a Heaven Realm expert came out. This was a completely new realm. Zi Qin knew how powerful this realm was. Xingdao Li was a fake Heaven Realm expert in the past, but just one person was enough to intimidate the entire Tianwu continent. Shimin Lu bowed to the void and said respectfully, "I hope the old ancestor can kill these people who have eaten the guts of a leopard and dared to cause trouble in Misty City." Everyone subconsciously looked up at the sky, wondering if the heavenly realm was there. Could the old ancestor that Shimin Lu was talking about be the Misty City's old ancestor who had disappeared for many years? Everyone raised their heads with nervous and expectant expressions. All of them wanted to see what a Heaven Realm expert was like. Although he knew that he would die if such a powerhouse appeared, Zi Chen actually had a trace of anticipation in his heart. He also wanted to see whether the Heaven Realm of the Zhan Wu continent was the real Heaven Realm or the fake Heaven Realm that Xing Daoli had mentioned. Naturally, regardless of which cultivation level he was at, he would have the strength to kill Zi Qin. Even though Zi Qin knew that he would die the moment the other party appeared, he wanted to see what the other party looked like. At the same time, his world had already been secretly opened, and he could bring Tyrant and the others away at any time. Once he died, his world would disappear on its own. As for the monk and the others in his world, they might be able to survive. These were the thoughts that flashed through Zi Chen's mind the moment he raised his head to look at the Heaven Realm expert. He had already taken action. As long as he saw the Heaven Realm expert, the monk and the others would disappear immediately. He was confident that he could react faster than a Heaven Realm expert. Everyone raised their heads. Some were looking forward to it, some were excited, and some were proud. After raising their heads, everyone was looking in the same direction as Shimin Lu. Time began to pass. 1 breath, 2 breaths, 3 breaths. After 5 breaths, no one saw the Heaven Realm expert appear. The Heaven Realm expert did not appear, nor did the Heaven Realm expert launch an attack. Everyone's face was filled with confusion. "Old ancestor, please take action and kill these thieves." The familiar pressure of the Heaven Realm was still there. Shimin Lu was sure that the Heaven Realm old ancestor was here, so he spoke again. The void was still calm. No one appeared and no one responded. "Old ancestor, the situation has gone out of control. Please take action." Shimin Lu felt that something was wrong. He bowed to the void and said again. The entire Misty City was silent. Everyone was looking in the direction of the void. There was still no movement there. Thus, everyone's expression became more and more strange. They looked at Shimin Lu with suspicion. Making a joke in this situation was undoubtedly courting death. The hopes of the entire Misty City fell on Shimin Lu. How could they make a joke at this time? Shimin Lu was also anxious. Cold, sweat broke out on his forehead. He did not know why the Heaven Realm old ancestor had appeared and did not kill him. Many thoughts flashed through his mind. He directly knelt down and prostrated himself in the void. He said sincerely, "This unfilial disciple, Shimin Lu, pleads the old ancestor to take action and eliminate the evildoers and solve Misty City's crisis." Shimin Lu kowtowed to the void. "Rise, you may rise." A voice sounded. Shimin Lu's face immediately flashed with joy, thinking that it was the old ancestor. But when he raised his head, he saw Zichen with a mocking smile. Recalling the familiar words just now, he knew that he was fooled, and his face was filled with anger. Zichen, you deserve to die, he said coldly after getting up. Zichen sneered and said, Why? You want to use this method to scare me? Do I look like someone who can be scared? Today, you will definitely die, and Misty City will disappear from the seventh mainland. Zichen's shameless boasting had really angered Shimin Lu, but he could not say anything. He could clearly sense the Heaven Realm Old Ancestor's aura. Why didn't the other party make a move? It was said that the Heaven Realm Old Ancestor had a strange temper, but no matter how strange it was, he could still distinguish the situation. At this moment, Shimin Lu did not know that the Heaven Realm Old Ancestor was even more bitter than him. The Heaven Realm Old Ancestor recognized that the quality of Zichen's pill cauldron was extraordinary. As long as he killed Zichen and took the pill cauldron, Misty City's losses would be compensated. But just as he was about to make a move, the space in front of him suddenly surged. Then a 2-meter-long little beast appeared. The little beast's eyes flashed with lightning as it stared at the Heaven Realm Old Ancestor. And the Heaven Realm Old Ancestor actually felt a threat from the little beast. The majestic little beast that appeared did not speak, but its aura locked onto him. Once he made any move, there would definitely be a great battle. What made the Heaven Realm Old Ancestor even more depressed was that he could not see through the little beast. Moreover, when facing the little beast, he could keenly sense the danger. So, when Shimin Lu expressed his stance several times, he could only listen quietly and not make a move. Old Ancestor, hurry up and make a move! Shimin Lu shouted again when he felt the Heaven Realm Old Ancestor's aura. His voice was almost crying. If the Old Ancestor did not make a move, then he would be finished. Enough! You can't escape death today. Zichen smiled coldly and slowly walked toward Shimin Lu. But just as he took a step, his face changed greatly and he turned his head to look at the crowd. At the same time, the entire Misty City was shrouded by a powerful aura. Everyone turned their heads and looked at a certain direction. There stood a middle-aged man with a resolute face. He only glanced at Zichen, and it caused the world to change. Heaven Realm Old Ancestor. It's the Heaven Realm Old Ancestor. Heaven Realm Old Ancestor. Exclamations came from all around as everyone retreated in fear. Just a glance was enough to cause the world to change. Once the other party used his energy, it would definitely be even more terrifying. Seeing the middle-aged man, Shimin Lu was stunned at first. Then his face was filled with ecstasy. This time the person who came was not from the Five Elements family, but Heaven Realm Old Ancestor of Misty City. He was also the second Heaven Realm Old Ancestor of Misty City. Shimin Lu was pleasantly surprised, but the faces of Zichen, Tyrant, Devil Ape, and the others all changed. A Heaven Realm Old Ancestor actually came to Misty City, and the aura around him was so familiar. 1,000 years ago, a palm fell from the sky and cut off Zichen's escape route, forcing the three of them to appear halfway. If it wasn't for Lao Meng's help, they would have died in Shimin Lu's hands. The owner of that palm was still immortal, but 1,000 years later, when Zichen and the other two returned as Supremes, the other party had already entered the Heaven Realm. Although he had just entered the Heaven Realm, he was definitely not someone Zichen and the others could compare to. Grand Ancestor. Shimin Lu called out and then bowed respectfully. Grand Ancestor. In Misty City, excited shouts rang out and many people knelt down. Those who didn't kneel were not from Misty City, but the shock on their faces didn't disappear for a long time. The experts of the Five Elements family, who were preparing to leave, all stopped and looked at the Heaven Realm middle-aged man in shock. A Heaven Realm Old Ancestor has appeared. Senior Sister Xian, I might be in danger. Senior Brother, what should we do? That's a Heaven Realm Old Ancestor. How would I know what to do? The middle-aged man stepped on the air and walked towards Zichen step by step. He didn't emit any aura, but Zichen felt a powerful force locking onto him and suppressing him. With every step the middle-aged man took, he felt the pressure increase by a bit. Lightning flashed around his body, and the sound of thunder came from his body. He used his powerful body to resist the pressure. At this time he couldn't fall, let alone kneel, even if it meant death. The middle-aged man approached step by step, and the lightning flashing around Zichen's body was forcefully suppressed. His bones, which were comparable to a supreme weapon, made cracking sounds because of the pressure. Zichen clenched his teeth, and the veins on his forehead bulged. It was obvious that he was using all his strength. His legs trembled and bent slightly, but he didn't fall until the Heaven Realm Old Ancestor was in front of him. "You want to destroy my misty city with just you." The Heaven Realm Old Ancestor looked at Zichen and said indifferently. Zichen didn't say anything. In fact, he couldn't say a word at this moment. The pressure was too strong, and it almost crushed his body. A hoarse roar came from his throat, and his eyes were filled with unwillingness and struggle. He couldn't fall. The monk and the others were very anxious, but the huge gap between their realms made them unable to move. The current you is like a clown, like an ant. The middle-aged man's expression was indifferent. As a Heaven Realm Old Ancestor, he regarded everything as ants. In his eyes, Zichen was an unwilling ant. But in front of a god, what could an ant do even if it was unwilling? The middle-aged man shook his head and said, "Let's end this." Bang. Chapter 1855. There was a difference of one realm between a supreme being and a pseudo-heaven, but the difference in combat strength was very obvious. Zichen, who had previously displayed powerful combat strength, could be said to be invincible among supreme beings. But against a pseudo-heaven, before the two sides could fight, Zichen's body exploded after a single sentence. Everyone knew the strength of a Heaven Realm expert, but they never imagined that a Heaven Realm expert would be so powerful. Behind them, the expressions of Tyrant and the others changed drastically, their faces filled with shock. In the sky, there were two existences facing each other. They saw everything below. The Heaven Realm expert from Misty City said indifferently he's dead. Due to the pressure from the other party, he didn't dare to move. But the other party would never have thought that there was a second Heaven Realm expert in the entire Misty City. Although the other party had just broken through, it was more than enough to deal with a few Source Supremes. Seeing Zichen's body explode, Dongqing felt like her heart was being torn apart. She wanted to scream, but she couldn't make a sound. It was as if all her strength had been sucked out in an instant. In the other directions, Fortune Teller, Shantian, and the others also widened their eyes in disbelief. In their hearts, Zichen was almost synonymous with miracles. They never thought that Zichen would die, but now, against a Heaven Realm expert, Zichen's body actually exploded. This was an unexpected yet reasonable ending. The battle was truly over at this point. Next, everyone would die, and the fierce battle would end with the appearance of a Heaven Realm expert. But the names of these people were destined to spread throughout the Jianmu continent. Every one of them was a genius. The Heaven Realm expert's gaze swept past Zichen's shattered body and looked at Tyrant and the others. His expression became indifferent. Tyrant and the others felt the pressure that Zichen felt before. He was ready to kill. The dignified little beast, who was confronting another Heaven Realm expert, replied indifferently, "So be it." Its tone was calm, as if it didn't care, as if its appearance wasn't because of Zichen and the others. The Heaven Realm cultivators on the other side were a little confused and puzzled. After that he frowned. For the first time, he shifted his gaze away from the front and looked down. The expression on his face gradually became one of astonishment. The second Heaven Realm elite, who was prepared to kill Meng Chao, retracted his pressure and turned his head around to look at the spot where Zichen had exploded. There was a wave of energy there. The despairing Dongqing's gaze never left Zichen. She desperately hoped for a miracle to happen, but she was also very realistic. Zichen was Zichen, not Wuxia. He didn't have an immortal body. But at that moment, she saw a ray of light at the spot where Zichen's body had exploded. The light gradually expanded and turned into a golden flame. Within the golden flame, a strong sense of vitality emerged. This scene attracted everyone's attention. For a moment, everyone's faces were filled with astonishment, shock, doubt, and confusion. Undying origin. That's the fire of life, the fire of life. Only undying sovereigns have the fire of life. How is this possible? Exclamations came from Misty City, one after another. The sound waves were monstrous. Only undying sovereigns had the undying origin and the fire of life. This was common knowledge that everyone knew. But Zichen, who was only an origin sovereign, actually had the fire of life ignited on his body. This exceeded the scope of common knowledge and caused endless exclamations. Is it the undying body? The Heaven Realm cultivators in the sky didn't know. They were very puzzled. This situation was somewhat similar to the undying body, but also not very similar. Because Zichen's fire of life was golden. Undying body, it must be the undying body. Good fellow, he hit it very well. Among the exclamations, a young man with vertical pupils smiled excitedly. Beside him stood a sturdy young man who also had an excited smile on his face. Undying body. This Zichen must have the undying body. That's right. Only the undying body can break the rules. It's true that he has the undying body, but it doesn't mean that he will never die. In front of a Heaven Realm cultivator, the undying body can still be killed. After the exclamations, everyone believed that this situation was the undying body. Zichen had the undying origin in his body. But just like the undying sovereign, Zichen had already proved to everyone that he could still be killed. Behind them, Tyrant and the others didn't despair when Zichen's body exploded. As their cultivation base increased, they knew that Zichen had the means to summon the fire of life. Now, after seeing the fire of life reappear, they didn't despair, but they were very worried. If nothing unexpected happened, Zichen's newly reconstructed body would definitely explode again. This would repeat until he died. Su Mingyao's eyes flickered, as if she was trying to deduce a way out. The others looked very worried and helpless. Only Lin Shui looked at Zichen in the flames. Her pretty face was full of nervousness and expectation, as if she wanted to see some kind of miracle from Zichen. Golden flames of life burned in the sky, and a golden figure appeared in the midst of those flames. The figure was Zichen. His body had been reconstructed, but he didn't walk out of the flames. The flames were still burning. Zichen stood in the flames, his figure appearing and disappearing. Why hasn't he come out yet? Could it be that his cultivation base isn't enough? His fire of life isn't complete, and his body hasn't recovered to its peak state? Could it be that he's hiding in the fire of life to stall for time? Impossible. The fire of life belongs to the power of heaven and earth. It's very magical and can't be controlled by humans. Voices could be heard from the crowd once again. The Heavenly Realm expert, standing opposite Zichen, looked at Zichen in the golden flames with a smile on his face. He mocked, rumor has it, that after the immortal body breaks through to the origin supreme, one can come into contact with the immortal origin and become a true immortal sovereign. He didn't suppress his voice, and it spread throughout the city. After everyone heard it, there was another uproar, and then everyone participated in the discussion. They didn't expect that the immortal body had such a secret. The Heavenly Realm expert changed the topic and said, "But that's just a rumor. Few people can break through two realms. You can summon the fire of life, but it's not because of the immortal body. To put it bluntly, you didn't summon it voluntarily. It's simply daydreaming if you want to break through this passive method. This heavenly realm expert was experienced and knowledgeable. He pointed out Zi Chen's foundation and decided Zi Chen's path. It turned out that Zi Chen hadn't come out for a long time because he wanted to break through to the immortal sovereign realm in one fell swoop. But what was the use of this? Facing a powerful heavenly realm expert, even an immortal sovereign would die. Even if he couldn't be killed, a heavenly realm expert could still seal an immortal sovereign for eternity. His soul would suffer unimaginable pain. Compared to this, it was better to die. In the golden flames, Zi Chen didn't respond. His fire of life was indeed passive, but the source of this passivity was because of the perfect body and the page of the heavenly book. In the past, Zi Chen had ignited the fire of life time and time again. It was a pure fire of life, a miracle of life. It wasn't the immortal origin that came with the immortal body. In this fire of life, there was no immortal origin. Its essence was the fire of life, eternal and inextinguishable. It could be said that this was a high-level power that came from this world, not the immortal origin power produced by an ordinary immortal sovereign's world. Relatively speaking, under the nurturing of this world, they had to follow the rules of this world. Therefore, their own world was far inferior to this real world. In the golden flames, Zi Chen sensed this higher-level power. This power once again invaded his body and transformed it. This time, Zi Chen could clearly sense the source of this power. And under the forging of this power, Zi Chen was capturing the source of this power. It was as if he was searching for the brightest star in a sea of stars. As he continued his search, Zi Chen's perfect world was also changing. The origin source energy continued to appear and grow. In Zi Chen's world, the origin source energy used to be a small lake, but as more and more origin source energy filled the lake, the size of the lake continued to grow. It became bigger, deeper, and finally turned into a sea. And in the deepest part of the sea, due to the accumulation and compression of the power of origin, some kind of change was happening. Every increase in the power of origin represented the improvement of Zi Chen's realm. Every change in the sea of origin also meant that Zi Chen had become stronger. At this moment, Zi Chen didn't notice this change at all. He was still searching for the most fundamental secret in the endless fire of life. The entire ethereal city fell into silence once again. Everyone could see that Zi Chen really wanted to take advantage of this fire of life to break through to the immortal sovereign realm in one fell swoop. Interesting. Tianjing smiled. His smile was full of ridicule. He didn't stop Zi Chen. Instead, he quietly waited to see if he could break through. His eyes had the look of a cat toying with a mouse, as if he was a high and mighty ruler looking down at the ants on the ground. Everyone knew that even if Zi Chen could break through, he wouldn't be able to change the final outcome. However, he still wanted to break through. This was his unwillingness to die and his desire to survive. At this moment, everyone couldn't help but admire Zi Chen's strong will. They also hoped that he could break through. Zi Chen, who was searching in the fire of life, finally came to the deepest part of the fire of life. Then he saw a bright flame floating quietly in the deepest part of the fire of life. This flame was bright, but it wasn't blazing. Instead, it exuded a rich vitality, making Zi Chen feel very warm when he came close. He came to the flame step by step and slowly reached out his hand to grab it. Chapter 1856. Grabbing the flame in the deepest part of the flame of life in his hand, the flame stopped releasing its vitality. The other flames surging around Zi Chen were also quickly consumed and finally disappeared. In the outside world, the flame of life around Zi Chen that had not dissipated for a long time disappeared, and Zi Chen, who was shining with golden light, appeared. He was like a war god in golden armor, standing in the air, releasing a powerful aura around him. There was no flame of life in Zichen's hand, as if everything that had just happened was just an illusion. But Zichen knew very well that it was not an illusion, but something that had really happened. He opened his eyes, which were shining with golden light, and his whole person was expressionless. Everyone in Ethereal City had their eyes on Zichen, and everyone's face was full of expectation, waiting for the final answer. The golden light around him converged, and the black-robed Zichen stood in the sky. His powerful aura had also disappeared, and the aura around him was completely restrained, so no one knew whether he had entered the undying sovereign realm. The silence was broken by Tian Realm, who looked at Zichen and said sarcastically, "Are you disappointed?" Disappointed about what? Zichen was slightly startled and asked doubtfully, "Hope was right in front of you, and the opportunity was right in front of you, but you didn't seize it." The sarcasm on Tian Realm's face intensified. "Don't pretend that you don't care. You're probably regretting it to death now. As an undying sovereign, you still had a chance to live. Even if you were to be sealed in the future, it would still be better than dying. But now, the opportunity has disappeared, and your only ending is death." Just as Tian Realm was speaking, a figure emitting golden light appeared in Zichen's world. In the blink of an eye, he arrived above the Origin Sea and looked at it with a stunned expression. He did not know when this Origin Sea had appeared, but he could feel that it was the source of his current power. In his hand, he was holding a bright flame. The flame was very warm, and it faintly exuded a kind of will. It was this will that brought him above the Origin Sea. It was because of this daze that Zichen's aura dissipated, making him seem very reserved. The Zichen in the outside world formed a connection with this Zichen. The golden Zichen nodded and flipped his hand that was holding the golden flame. The flame fell from his hand and fell into the Origin Sea. When the flames entered the sea, they were not extinguished. Instead, they sank to the bottom. At the same time, Zichen, who was standing in front of Tianjing, raised his head and met Tianjing's mocking gaze. He said in a deep voice, "I don't know what you're talking about. From what I hear, it seems very reasonable, but in my opinion, it doesn't make any sense." "Doesn't it make sense? Didn't you miss an opportunity to break into the undying realm?" "Did I miss it?" "You didn't miss it?" While they were talking, the golden flame sank to the bottom of the Origin Sea. The moment it stopped, the flames began to glow, releasing high temperatures and life force. The Origin Sea was instantly set ablaze by the golden flames like fuel. The entire world of the Origin Sea was ignited by raging flames. This flame was the fire of life, an eternal source of undying origin. Tianjing's mocking expression immediately froze. A powerful aura surged from Zichen's body. This was the aura of undying. The quiet, ethereal city became lively again because of the undying aura that surged from Zichen's body. He actually broke through. They witnessed the entire process of an Origin Supreme becoming an Undying Supreme, separated by a fire of life. The crowd was in an uproar, but many undying sovereigns kept shaking their heads, sighing and lamenting. They were all undying sovereigns, but they had stayed in the Origin Supreme realm for too long. This time, the reason why there were so many undying sovereigns in Ethereal City was because of Mount Supreme. In order to get this opportunity, they had no choice but to follow the arrangements of Ethereal City. They paid a great price, even their own lives. But what about Zichen? He had just become an Origin Supreme not long ago. But after burning the fire of life, he stepped into the Undying Supreme realm. This speed was unbelievable, and the smoothness of the process was also unimaginable. It was as if he was climbing the steps very easy. With one step, he became an undying sovereign. Zichen broke through, and cheers continued to ring out in Ethereal City. But after the cheers, another problem was placed in front of everyone. Zichen's opponent was a Heaven Realm expert. So what if he broke through? Could it be that Zichen could kill a Heaven Realm expert? This was obviously impossible, judging from Heaven Realm's indifferent expression. Even if Zichen broke through, it was no big deal. Amazing! Everyone admired Zichen. Breaking through under such circumstances would greatly increase his combat strength. In the entire Zhan Wu continent, if Zichen claimed to be the second sovereign, no one would dare to claim that he was the first. But this powerful sovereign's enemy was a Heaven Realm expert, which was another realm. There was an insurmountable gap between the combat strength of the two sides, and the fate of death had never changed. But now that Zichen had broken through, there was no doubt that he had another choice, and that was to die standing or fighting to the death. He didn't even have a chance to resist against a Heaven Realm expert. And now, as an undying sovereign, he could at least take out a weapon and attack a Heaven Realm expert and die in battle. In fact, Zichen did do so. He took out a sheathed-long saber. Next, he was going to use his strongest attack. Monk and the others were calm. They had long put aside life and death. Only Lin Shui's eyes were bright, very bright, like the brightest stars in the night sky. Looking at Zichen, who took out his weapon, Heaven Realm mocked, "You don't know what death is." Zichen didn't say anything. He just stared at Heaven Realm and used his actions to show his determination. He slowly stretched out his right hand and grabbed the hilt of the saber. Blue veins appeared on the back of his hand as he pulled out the saber. Whoosh! The crisp sound of the saber resounded clearly throughout the entire ethereal city. A saber light appeared between heaven and earth. It was a bright golden saber light, and there seemed to be a raging flame burning on the surface of the saber. This saber light was bright, but not dazzling. The golden flame didn't release a strong heat, but it made people feel warm. This kind of warmth wasn't just the senses. When people saw this saber, they felt as if their hearts were warm. This was Zichen's most powerful attack. It could kill all the experts below the Heaven Realm. Zichen, who made this attack, deserved to be called an invincible sovereign. Wherever the saber passed, everything was destroyed. Unfortunately, Zichen's powerful saber attack was against a Heaven Realm expert. This was a higher-level life form, a more powerful existence. Facing a saber attack that could kill all Supremes, the Heaven Realm expert just smiled and stretched out his right hand. He raised his hand very slowly, and everyone saw it clearly. He stretched out his hand and gently pointed at the bright saber light. Ding! The tip of his finger touched the saber light, and it made a soft sound. The saber light, which had an indomitable momentum, stopped in front of his finger. Then cracks appeared on the surface of the saber light, and it finally exploded. With just a casual finger, he destroyed Zichen's saber attack. Slash! The saber light shattered, but the saber didn't return to its scabbard. Zichen held the saber with both hands and slashed at the Heaven Realm expert in front of him. The space was cut open, and a black line appeared behind the saber. The saber landed on the Heaven Realm expert's head. Ding! Another sound was heard, and the saber was blocked by a finger. Zichen used all his strength, but he couldn't slash down anymore. He glanced at the stop saber and saw the Heaven Realm expert. The other party's faint smile was full of disdain and mockery. The finger that blocked the saber was retracted and gently flicked out. Kaka! Cracks immediately appeared on the saber. At the same time, a huge force pushed Zichen back. The saber immediately fell out of his hand and exploded. Zichen coughed up blood and flew backward. This was the gap between them, the real gap between heaven and earth. The powerful Earth Realm expert was still so vulnerable in front of the weak Heaven Realm expert. It was like a giant elephant and an ant. No matter how sharp the pincers of the ant were, it was meaningless to the giant elephant. When the giant elephant was angry, the ant would definitely die. But as an ant, he naturally had his own persistence. Zichen, who was flying backward, directly disappeared. Under the pressure of the Heaven Realm expert, he could still use the rapid teleportation method. Zichen's strength was unquestionable. If the two sides were at the same level, there would be no suspense in this battle. The Heaven Realm expert turned around and pointed behind him. Boom! The void instantly exploded, and a large black hole appeared. At the center of the black hole, the shocked expression on Zi Chen's face disappeared almost at the same time. Heaven Realm smiled, and there was a playful look in his smile as he pointed at the void again. Boom! The void exploded again, and Zi Chen's figure disappeared again. Zi Chen, who was teleporting, could be caught by the Heaven Realm expert again and again. And every time, Zi Chen didn't have time to launch any attacks. This repeated several times. The space around the Heaven Realm expert was no longer intact. It was almost in a state of fragmentation for a long time. Zi Chen could still teleport under such circumstances. The world's fastest speed once again proved its extraordinariness. But it was useless. The difference between the realms was the difference between heaven and earth. The Heaven Realm expert's playful mood was finally wiped out. He frowned slightly, and a cold look appeared on his face. Boom! The void exploded again, and Zi Chen's figure appeared. But this time, Zi Chen didn't run away. The finger that broke through the void pointed forward. Under Zi Chen's shocked expression, the finger touched the center of Zi Chen's eyebrows. Then, another explosion came from the sky. Zi Chen's body exploded. Before the crowd could exclaim and wonder if Zi Chen was going to die at this moment, suddenly the void behind the Heaven Realm expert broke open on its own. A strange weapon burning with golden flames stabbed at the Heaven Realm expert's body. Puff! Chapter 1857. The golden flaming weapon was held in the hand of a golden figure. This figure was Zi Chen. He displayed the fastest speed in the world to the limit that he could perform at the moment and finally avoided Heavenly Realm's perception. Then, with the help of the golden body of Buddhism, he created this attack. One attack. Under the difference between heaven and earth, Zi Chen only had one chance to make a move. He had to seize it. Looking at the dragon spike that had completely pierced through Heavenly Realm's heart, Zi Chen knew that he had seized this one and only opportunity. He did not waste it, and the dragon spike did not disappoint him. As for the result, Zi Chen did not think about it, or rather, he did not dare to think about it. Everything was up to fate. Boundless destructive thunderbolts continuously surged into Heavenly Realm's body through the dragon spike. Zi Chen displayed his full strength, wanting to destroy Heavenly Realm's vitality. Boom! There was another explosion between heaven and earth. A body exploded, but it was not Heavenly Realm who exploded, but Zi Chen. Zi Chen's body exploded, and the dragon spike was also sent flying far away. The difference between heaven and earth. It was still the difference between heaven and earth. Under such circumstances, not only was the dragon spike unable to deliver destructive realm power, but an even more terrifying energy entered Zi Chen's body through the dragon spike, trying to destroy Zi Chen's vitality. This assassination ended in failure, but Zi Chen's successful assassination this time was enough to be recorded in the annals of history. This should be the first Earth realm cultivator to successfully break through Heavenly Realm in history. Cries of surprise rang out continuously from the crowd. This scene was truly shocking. Heavenly Realm, who originally had a joking expression, gradually became gloomy. This time he did not suffer any damage, but he failed miserably in front of the entire city's attention. He had lost a lot of face. Therefore, there was anger on his face. He turned his head to look at Zi Chen, whose body was reassembled. Swoosh! Zi Chen's figure flashed and disappeared. Boom! The void in front of him directly exploded. His disappeared body appeared, and then his body collapsed. During this process, Heavenly Realm only pointed one finger. This time, Zi Chen didn't even have time to use his doppelganger before his body exploded. His body was once again reconstructed by the flames of life. Heaven Realm sneered and pointed his finger again. Zichen's body exploded again. This was the difference between them. Once a Heaven Realm superhuman became serious, he would only need one finger to deal with Zichen. The scene just now had caused Heavenly Realm to lose a lot of face. At this moment, he had to properly torture Zichen and slowly regain the face he had just lost. Reality proved that the difference between the two was too great. Zichen had no room to resist in front of a Heavenly Realm expert. Even though Tyrant and the others wanted to help, there was nothing they could do. Looking at how Zichen's body was exploding and regenerating, all of their faces were filled with pity. Among these people, Shui Lin's eyes were always bright. She was very excited, as if she was still waiting for Zichen to create a miracle. After his body exploded more than 10 times, Zichen finally seized the opportunity and retreated far away, widening the distance between them. He looked at Heavenly Realm in front of him. His expression was calm, but his heart was helpless. He really had no chance of winning this battle. Now he couldn't win, nor could he escape. In the current situation, to avoid more casualties, he could only take Tyrant and the others away. At the same time, Zichen transmitted a message to Shantian and the others, asking them to retreat immediately. Zichen decided to escape. But at this moment, above the sky, Shui Lin's body suddenly released a green light. The green light resisted Heavenly Realm's pressure and protected her as she walked forward step by step. Can't wait to die. Heavenly Realm glanced at Shui Lin and sneered. He didn't care about a mere origin sovereign at all. Now he just wanted to torture Zichen as much as possible. Shui Lin only took a few steps forward before turning back to look at Zichen and said, "Zichen, look carefully." Zichen was puzzled by Shui Lin's appearance, but he still looked at her. The green light around Shui Lin suddenly changed into a dazzling golden light. In this golden light, her entire aura changed, becoming mysterious and powerful. Feeling this aura, everyone's expression changed drastically. The golden light appeared from Shui Lin's body like flowing water, then converged in the sky, finally showing a figure. When the figure appeared, the world changed. A powerful aura filled the entire ethereal city. Feeling this aura, there were exclamations all around. Heavenly Realm! It's the aura of a Heavenly Realm. Another Heavenly Realm has appeared. How is this possible? Another Heavenly Realm existence. The aura around the golden figure was so powerful that people mistook it for a Heavenly Realm. In fact, this was not a Heavenly Realm, but a spiritual body. After this spiritual body appeared, it looked up at the sky. Zichen looked at the statue and felt that it was somewhat familiar, but he couldn't remember where he had seen it before. The aura around the statue suddenly changed, as if it was the ruler of heaven and earth. It stood in the air with a majestic posture, slowly raising its hands and suspending them in front of its chest. It was a state of forming a seal. It's a spiritual body. The Heavenly Realm's pupils suddenly shrank. It's a Tao body. Above the sky, the voice of another Heavenly Realm came. "It's a spiritual body teaching," said the little beast with the pressure. The 3 Heavenly Realm immediately understood the meaning of the golden figure's appearance. The spiritual body seemed powerful, but in fact it had no attack power. His appearance was actually a powerful teaching method. The 3 Heavenly Realm immediately locked their gazes on the golden figure. Light flashed in their eyes, but they had to remember the next move. The others didn't understand, but their gazes never left the golden figure. Boom! The beginning of the seal appeared, and the space around the spiritual body completely exploded. A huge black hole appeared, and he stood in the middle of the black hole. This scene was very familiar to Zichen, but he couldn't remember where he had seen it before. The seal moved again, the golden light flashed, and a mysterious power spread out. The spiritual body's speed of forming seals was very fast, and in an instant hundreds and thousands of seals appeared. The seals were fast and complicated, and everyone was dazzled. Even the two heavenly realm masters frowned. The spiritual body teaching was also a great opportunity for heavenly realm masters. The entire seal lasted for a quarter of an hour before the final seal was formed. The moment the seal was formed, the world completely collapsed. Chen looked at the spiritual body in front of him. That tall figure gradually merged with a figure in his memory. His eyes lit up, and he finally remembered where he had seen it before. To be more precise, Chen had seen the seal before. The seal was very powerful, and it was a great magical technique that communicated with heaven and earth. It was called Extreme Yang. Chen, who was still very weak at that time, witnessed the process of Extreme Yang's evolution with his own eyes. The seal was like a brand, deeply engraved in Chen's mind. At this moment, the distant memory was reawakened. In Chen's sea of consciousness, a tall figure appeared again. The tall figure stood above his sea of consciousness, looking into the distance and forming seals with both hands. In the outside world, a spiritual body was teaching. In Chen's sea of consciousness, a golden figure was synchronizing with him. This figure was the Extreme Yang from back then, and also Chen's current soul. With the demonstration, Chen gradually perceived a mysterious state from the seal. Back then, Chen's realm had been very low, so he had not been able to see through the mysteries of the marks. But now, with his flame of life and his realm at the peak of the earth realm, Chen had a deeper understanding of the marks. In the outside world, the two heavenly realm masters were also imitating this seal, and the majestic little beast was watching with interest. Everyone in the city gradually understood and knew that this was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. So they all used some kind of method to forcibly memorize the seal. Unfortunately, the seal was too fast, and it was too dazzling to remember. Golden light flashed in the monk's eyes, and he obviously didn't want to miss this opportunity. The devil ape was indifferent. Lin Shui and the others were the same. They knew that it was useless, even if they tried to memorize it. This was an exclusive Tao technique, and it could only be combined with the corresponding energy. Just like Su Mingyao's ethereal in action, it was tailor-made. The seal was changing, and the complexity was decreasing. Everyone could gradually see it clearly, and their faces were filled with joy. But they could only see the seal clearly, and they couldn't see the essence of the seal. Even the two heavenly realm masters couldn't see through it. And Chen saw the essence of the seal under the mutual verification of the two figures. The appearance of the seal was to pursue the great Tao of heaven and earth. This Tao technique communicated with heaven and earth, and displayed the powerful might of heaven and earth. As he comprehended, Chen felt a mysterious power, like a fog, blocking his perception. This was the limit of heaven and earth's rules. The earth realm, after all, studied their own world. Only those in the heaven realm could comprehend the great Tao of heaven and earth. And Chen had clearly comprehended the limit of the earth realm. He could sense a little bit of the great Tao of heaven and earth, and the door to the heaven realm had been opened for him. The only difference was the accumulation of time and a small epiphany. At this moment, in the sky, the golden light spirit body's last seal fell. He said in a deep voice, Extreme Yang. As soon as the words fell, the world collapsed, and the entire world seemed to be destroyed. The world was pitch black, and the spirit body emitting golden light dissipated in the darkness. Chen hadn't fully comprehended this great Tao technique, but he had begun to come in contact with it. Extreme Yang was like a seed planted in Chen's heart. One day it would take root and sprout, evolving into a true great Tao technique. The two heavenly realm masters looked at the disappearing spirit body with regret. They were thoughtful and wanted to remember more. Chen closed his eyes at some point, and his body flashed with golden light. This golden light was hot and violent, and belonged to the extreme of destructive thunder. Heaven and earth returned to normal, and everyone sighed in disappointment. They had seen this extremely powerful technique with their own eyes, but they couldn't remember anything. Finally, someone remembered it, but when they tried to use the seal, it didn't work at all. The two Heavenly Realm Masters shook their heads. Even if this technique was successfully simplified, its complexity was far beyond their imagination. Then the two looked at Lin Shui. This little girl had used such a precious spirit body to impart Tao. Was it just for Zichen? It had to be known that even they who were in the Heaven Realm couldn't comprehend this technique. How could a mere undying Zichen comprehend it? In this case, it was undoubtedly a waste for the spirit body to impart Tao. With a doubtful attitude, the two turned their heads and looked at Zichen. Chapter 1858. Zichen opened his eyes, and a mysterious power surged around his body. This power was very similar to the origin of heaven and earth that a Heaven Realm expert comprehended. It was like the great Tao of heaven and earth, but there were some strange differences. His realm was still at the undying sovereign realm, but Zichen's expression was very similar to a Heaven Realm expert. After the two Heaven Realm experts sensed Zichen's current abnormality, they frowned slightly. His gaze swept past the Heaven Realm expert in front of him. Zichen raised his head and looked at a certain place in the void. He said indifferently, "Since you're here, show yourself." The direction he was looking at was the place where Shimin Lu had bowed earlier. During the process of comprehending the extreme yang, Zichen had communicated with the great Tao of heaven and earth in his own world. His perception had become sharper, so he sensed the existence of the second Heaven Realm expert. This Heaven Realm expert was clearly much stronger than the one in front of him. However, what made Zichen feel strange was that the other party was obviously stronger, so why didn't he make a move earlier? Zichen's words confused everyone. They all subconsciously looked in the direction Zichen was looking at. There was a surge of light and a person appeared. That person stood there, and there was no aura around him. However, when everyone saw him, the words Heaven Realm involuntarily appeared in their minds. Only a Heaven Realm expert could appear in such a situation. Shimin Lu was excited. This was the real ancestor. He had already stepped into the Heaven Realm for many years. He immediately bowed and said, "Greetings, ancestor." "Greetings, ancestor." The crowd cheered again. In addition to the cheers, there were even more people shaking their heads. For example, Dongqing and the others were even more desperate. One Heaven Realm expert had already made Zichen helpless. Now that two Heaven Realm experts had appeared, Zichen and the others had no way out. However, before everyone could feel sorry for Zichen and the others, another person appeared on the opposite side of the Heaven Realm expert. To be precise, a small beast appeared. The small beast stood on the opposite side of the Heaven Realm expert. It was very dignified and seemed very relaxed. The crowd's expression changed. This was actually another Heaven Realm expert, and a Heaven Realm war beast at that. At this moment, everyone also understood why the Heaven Realm expert did not appear for a long time. It was because of this Heaven Realm war beast. Immediately after, everyone became curious. Why would a Heaven Realm beast appear here? Seeing the third Heaven Realm expert appear, a sliver of surprise appeared on Zichen's face because he had not sensed anything before. However, his surprise was soon replaced by joy. The Heaven Realm beast was actually a Thunder Saint beast. Since the other party had appeared here, it was obvious that Zichen could not die even if he wanted to. This was like going from hell to heaven in an instant. This was the true power of fate. Tyrant, Demon Ape, and the others didn't recognize the Thunder Saint beast, but they could still sense that it was extraordinary. And looking at Zichen's expression, they knew that they would be safe from now on. When Dongqing and the others saw the sacred Thunder Beast, they couldn't help but be overjoyed. If it was an ordinary Heaven Realm beast, perhaps it really wouldn't be able to fight one against two. However, the other party was a Thunder Saint beast, a former saint. After falling from a heavy injury, it returned to Heaven Realm. Naturally, its battle power was extraordinary. It seemed very easy for it to fight one against two. The Thunder Saint Beast lowered its head and looked at Ziqin. It said indifferently, "How is it?" Ziqin cupped his fists and said gratefully, "Thank you very much." At this point, everyone completely understood that Ziqin's reinforcements had come, and it was a Heaven Realm beast. In this way, the originally one-sided battle seemed to have returned to a tie. After sizing up Ziqin, the Thunder Saint Beast said again, "How is it?" Ziqin looked at the Heaven Realm not far away and said firmly, "I want to try." A light flashed in the Thunder Saint Beast's eyes. "You've understood." Ziqin nodded heavily, full of confidence. After hearing this undisguised conversation, the two Heaven Realm experts were moved. They turned around and stared at Ziqin. The content of the conversation between the two sides was not complicated. The two Heaven Realm experts naturally understood. The Thunder Saint Beast's first sentence was to ask if he had arrived in time. Ziqin immediately thanked him. The second sentence was to ask how to face this situation. Ziqin's answer was not to retreat, but to try. Try what? Of course, it was to test his combat strength in front of a Heaven Realm expert. The last sentence was to ask about the situation of the spirit body's teaching just now. Ziqin nodded, indicating that he had understood. One had to know that the two Heaven Realm experts had not comprehended yet, but Ziqin had. This was not only inconceivable, but also a kind of wealth. The great Tao was something that even Heaven Realm experts did not dare to hope for. In front of them, an Earth Realm expert who understood the great Tao was like a treasure mountain without any defense. In the sky, the Heaven Realm expert immediately sent a voice transmission. "I'll stop the other party. You think of a way to capture Ziqin. Remember, after capturing him, leave this place." On the opposite side of Ziqin, the Heaven Realm expert, Huin indicated that she understood. Ziqin was not just a treasure. That pill cauldron was also a great treasure. The two Heaven Realm experts were determined to get it. Once they successfully captured Ziqin, the two would decisively retreat. As for what would happen to Ethereal City, the two clearly did not care. To the Heaven Realm experts, those below the Heaven Realm were all ants, as long as they could become stronger. So what if they abandoned this city? At this moment, Shimin Lu and the other cultivators of Ethereal City were looking at the sky with anticipation. They had no idea that the two ancestors in their eyes had completely given up on them. The Thunder Sacred Beast turned around and looked at the Heaven Realm expert. It had no intention of making a move. The latter was also happy to face off like this. On the opposite side of Ziqin, the Heaven Realm expert turned around and looked at Ziqin coldly. Ziqin's body exuded the light of extreme thunder and lightning, dazzling with golden light. He communicated with his own world and the world's origin. His body released a powerful aura. At that moment, Ziqin was still a sovereign, but his imposing figure was not the slightest bit weaker than a Heavenly Realm expert. He formed a seal with both hands. The seal was clear and concise. Extreme energy surged at his fingertips like water. Just now, the spirit body used this seal to display powerful energy. At this moment, seeing Ziqin's performance, everyone held their breaths and stared at Ziqin in the sky. The Heaven Realm looked at Ziqin. The moment Ziqin formed the seal, he felt an aura locking onto him. He could not escape this lock. A hint of surprise appeared on his face. The seal belonged to the great Tao of heaven and earth. It was definitely not something that a supreme could comprehend. Even if the other party could comprehend it, it would only be in the form and not the meaning. Only in their hands could the great Tao unleash its true power. It took a long time to describe, but in fact the seal was formed in an instant. As the last seal fell, a golden light shone. Ziqin looked at the Heaven Realm. His indifferent expression was like a ruler staring at an ant. The extreme light broke away from Zi Chen's control and headed toward the heaven realm in front of him. The heaven realm shook his head. Indeed, it only had the form and not the meaning. If it was a true great Tao, there would be no energy path at all. The seal would erupt with its strongest power in an instant. His aura was locked. He took a step forward and slowly stretched out a finger, just like how he dealt with Zi Chen's attacks before. The golden extreme energy arrived. The heaven realm pointed forward. The indifferent Zi Chen slowly spat out 2 words at this moment: extreme yang. Boom! The extreme energy, which was not very powerful, instantly fell into a frenzied state. In this energy, there was an additional source of heaven and earth. Although this source of heaven and earth was far from the source of heaven and earth of the Jianwu continent, it was the true source of heaven and earth. The extreme yang energy exploded, creating a golden storm. The heaven realm was immediately swept into the storm. The heaven realm's cry of surprise rang out in the storm. The finger he extended was instantly turned into dust in the storm. Then the storm began to wreak havoc on his body. The heaven realm's cry of surprise turned into a scream in the storm. Boom! An even more powerful aura was released from the heaven realm's body. The shaking storm immediately paused. The heaven realm took advantage of this pause and flew backward. The source of heaven and earth was still on his body. However, it was not the sovereign source, but the Jianwu continent's source of heaven and earth. This source of heaven and earth protected him from the storm's attack. However, after successfully retreating, his body was covered in wounds as if he had been cut by 1,000 knives. Many parts of his body revealed eerie white bones. At this moment, the heaven realm seemed to be in a very sorry state. The source of heaven and earth was constantly healing his injuries, but the speed was not as fast as expected. In Zi Chen's attack, there was a destructive force that was preventing his injuries from healing. Seeing that Zi Chen's attack had injured the heaven realm, everyone's faces were filled with shock. The heaven realm cultivator, who was facing off against the thunder sacred beast, also had a look of disbelief on his face. This seemed to go against common sense again. Zi Chen had not unleashed the true power of his Great Path spell, but he had definitely reached the beginner level and unleashed an impressive attack. If the 2 sides were at the same level, the heaven realm who took this attack would definitely die. When Tyrant and the others saw this scene, they could not help but cheer loudly. The constant suppression from before could finally be released at this moment. If the situation continued to develop, victory would belong to them. The storm disappeared, and Zi Chen saw the heaven realm in a sorry state. A sneer appeared at the corner of his mouth, and his hand seals were formed again. Extreme Yang. It was the same move as before, and the trajectory was still the same. The heaven realm could not dodge and could only attack forcefully. Boom! The energy was violent, and the extreme yang exploded, creating a destructive force. Under the sweep of this energy, the heaven realm was directly sent flying. The first time, the heaven realm was careless and did not see the true power of Zi Chen's move. But the second time, the heaven realm was still sent flying, even though he was on guard. This was enough to prove that Zi Chen's combat strength had surpassed the heaven realm. Extreme Yang. Zi Chen's cold voice sounded for the 3rd time. As the golden light flashed, the extreme yang exploded, and the heaven realm was sent flying while coughing up blood. At this moment, facing Zi Chen's continuous attacks, the recovery speed of his injuries was also suppressed. Under such circumstances, the rule breaker played a great role. Not only did it suppress the injuries, but it also aggravated the heaven realm's injuries. In this way, the heaven realm's injuries would always reach a point where they could not recover, and there was even a possibility that their realm would permanently drop. He was very angry to be suppressed by a supreme being, but compared to his life, other things were nothing. Therefore, after taking a deep look at Zi Chen, he turned around and ran without any hesitation. Everyone was in an uproar. A heaven realm actually ran away when he encountered an earth realm. Chapter 1859. Heaven Realm's escape caught everyone off guard and caused an uproar in the city. But Zichen didn't plan to let him go. Extreme Yang chased after him again. As the energy exploded, Heaven Realm screamed and ran even faster, disappearing into the sky in an instant. It was unrealistic for an Earth Realm to kill a Heaven Realm. It was already a miracle that he ran away. Heaven Realm's sudden escape was really unexpected. Even the Heaven Realm, who was confronting the Thunderous sacred beast, was stunned. The current situation was obviously 1-2. He wasn't afraid of Zichen at all, but he didn't have any confidence facing the Thunderous sacred beast. But he was unwilling to leave just like that. So he lowered his head and looked at Zichen. He sensed danger and turned his head to stare at the Heaven Realm. The danger came from him. Boom! The thunder sacred beast's body suddenly surged with the power of thunder. At this moment, the sky and earth changed color. The origin of heaven and earth rolled in the sky like clouds. Such power made Heaven Realm's face change drastically. Without any hesitation, he disappeared instantly. Thunderfall. The thunder sacred beast's voice echoed in the sky as if it was some kind of command. From the rolling sky, a dazzling thunder fell. Boom! The sound of thunder spread through the 9 heavens and landed on the ground. To be precise, it landed beside Zichen. The thunder exploded beside Zichen. The void shattered, and the Heaven Realm's figure appeared. His hair stood on end, and thunder smoke rose from his head. His eyes were full of shock. Zichen's face changed drastically. His body flashed and immediately retreated. He didn't even notice that Heaven Realm appeared beside him. Boom! Before Heaven Realm could do anything, the second thunder fell and exploded on top of his head. This time, Heaven Realm coughed up blood. Zichen, who had sensed the danger, had already distanced himself from the heavenly realm. Above the dome of the sky, large amounts of light flashed. Each light was a bolt of lightning. Heaven Realm's face changed drastically. Between life and opportunity, he would of course choose life. So he fled in horror. However, as they were fleeing, the thick thunderbolts in the sky began to chase after them one after another. Following that, thunderous explosions began to resound throughout the sky. In the blink of an eye, the second Heaven Realm expert also disappeared. All the cultivators in Ethereal City were dumbfounded. It seemed like the situation had changed too quickly. In the blink of an eye, the 2 Heaven Realm experts had been defeated and fled. Shimin Lu's face was ashen. They had never imagined that Misty City, which had 2 Heaven Realm experts, would be defeated by Zichen's group. The battle had ended, but many people were still in a dreamy state. Zichen glanced at Shimin Lu and coldly said, "Destroy Misty City." In the depths of Misty City was the biggest faction in Misty City. Due to the escape of the 2 Heaven Realms, the faction was in chaos. Hurry up and run before it's too late. Even the Heaven Realm Patriarch has run away. What are we still doing here? Let's go, let's go. Open the treasury. We'll take something before we leave. The entire Misty City was in chaos. Some cultivators took advantage of the chaos to run out from the back door. Some jumped over the wall to escape, and some opened secret teleportation arrays. At this moment, Misty City, which had been built for tens of thousands of years, completely collapsed because of the escape of the 2 Heaven Realm experts. Some cultivators ran out from the back door, but they were blocked by 2 people after just a few steps. They were 2 young men. One of them had vertical pupils and looked very evil. The other was a burly man whose muscles were like rocks. Both of them were from the spiritual realm, but the majestic aura they exuded made people's hearts palpitate. Kill. Seeing someone come out, the burly man took out a mace and swung it forward. The evil young man next to him had a vertical pupil between his eyebrows. Destructive energy rushed out from it. The energy shook and killing intent surged. Soon, the place was filled with corpses. Wu Xie and Man Shi guarded one back door. In this area, there were quite a number of back doors and side doors. In the other direction, 2 women stood. Both of them were tall and curvaceous. One of them was extraordinarily beautiful, and the other had a few obvious scars on her face that greatly affected her appearance. Both of them held a long sword in their hands. The sword flashed with a cold light. Another cultivator rushed out. The 2 women didn't say anything and immediately rushed forward, displaying their swift and fierce attacks. Although the 2 of them were women, their attacks were more ruthless than many men. Jean Qingqing was expressionless. When she was on the dragon boat, her heart was already dead. All these years, she had been wholeheartedly pursuing the great Tao. Back then, Shang Wanhong chose to give up in Huping City. After seeing Zi Qin again today, she could not calm down for a long time. She saw Zi Chen's confidants. Each of them was as beautiful as a fairy and had a unique temperament. To be admired by such women, it was no wonder Zi Qin was so cold-hearted. Other than that, she did not have Dongqing's persistence. This time, her emotions were very complicated, and her attacks were also extremely fierce. Dongqing had spread the news throughout the entire Zhanwu continent, which could be considered to have exchanged for Zi Chen's life. This kind of persistence was something she could not do. After hearing about Zi Chen's matter, the entire Shantian prefecture fell into a state of shock. Thus, under the leadership of City Lord Tang Nua, they used up all the resources in the prefecture, in addition to the location provided by the Tiger God Mountain, and only then did they manage to cultivate 2 supreme beings. One was the Heavenly Tao, and the other was the Heavenly Fortune Teller. At this moment, the 2 of them, who had consumed a lot of energy, also came to the deepest part of Ethereal City and began to kill those who tried to escape. In the entire Shantian prefecture, there were only these 2 supremes. However, this time, the 2 of them had killed 6 immortal supremes. If word got out, their reputation would definitely shake. In another direction, there were 3 people standing. One was the current prefecture, lord of Shantian Prefecture, Tang Nuo. The other was Long Fei, who was once an influential figure in the battlefield of despair. The other was young Master Tian, who only knew how to calculate and not fight. At this moment, the 2 of them were killing all the sector lords who tried to escape from here. Behind the 2 of them, young Master Tian seemed to be calm. As he watched the battle, he said unhurriedly, "This time it was really thrilling." Fortunately, the final result was not unexpected. Ethereal City did not escape this great calamity in the end. The 2 of them were still fighting and killing enemies, so they did not respond. Young Master Tian continued, but this time the spiritual body that the little girl made was really extraordinary, and Zi Qin actually comprehended it. It seems that the door to the heavenly realm has been opened for him. He sighed. Heavenly realm, that's the heavenly realm. Even if it's just a pseudo-heavenly realm, how many people want to enter, but in the end, they lack an opportunity? Zi Qin is really a person with a great opportunity. The 2 of them still ignored him. Young Master Tian was talking to himself. This time, many forces had come to Shantian Prefecture. Among them, many of the higher life forms in the Tiger God Mountain had also come. The old ancestor from back then had personally appeared, leading those higher life forms in the mountain to oversee a region. The twins of Huping City also came. Unfortunately, the 2 of them had yet to reach the Sector Lord realm, so they could not help much in this battle. Among the crowd, 2 old men stood. One of them couldn't help but sigh. "This Zi Qin is really extraordinary." The other old man said, "Yes, back then in the battlefield of despair, we always compared Zi Qin to Long Fei. But later, it was proven that Zi Qin was stronger than Long Fei. And now, in just 1,000 years, Zi Qin can actually fight against a heavenly realm expert. This talent is really unprecedented." The 2 old men, one was Meng Shi and the other was Old Man Shink. After hearing the news, the two of them were worried about Zichen, so they came together. Amazing, really amazing. Yes, I heard from Zichen that he has some friends with extremely high talent. There is no lack of supreme beasts among them. Seeing them today, it is indeed true. I say, Old Wu, if these supreme beasts all follow Zichen back to Huping City, what do you think will happen to Huping City? Will it become the number one in Shantian Prefecture? First, stop mocking people here. If they all return to Huping City, I believe that they will be willing to change the name of the Imperial Sky region to Huping City. You have to know that other than these powerful supreme beasts, Zichen is an existence that can deal with heavenly realm experts. The two lords of Huping City also came. Naturally, they were worried about Zichen. At this moment, those who were familiar with Zichen all came. This was all thanks to Dongqing. After 1,000 years, Dongqing was only in the mystic world. This was because he had collected too much realm power in the battlefield of despair. Otherwise, Dongqing would only stay in the empty realm. Dongqing in the mystic world led the emperors and was also fighting. This time, Zichen's goal was to destroy Misty City. Naturally, it was impossible to kill all the people in a city, but as long as they escaped from the city, they would be able to survive. However, this was for the other forces in the city. As for the Misty City in the deepest part, not a single person could escape. The battle continued. In the huge city, screams continued to sound. After the two Heaven Realm experts fled, the other cultivators in the city fled out of the city. Of course, there were some undying supremes among them. After escaping out of the city, they all stood up and looked at the city that was filled with the flames of war. Originally, they thought that Zichen only had a few people, but now it seemed that Zichen had quite a number of reinforcements in the city. Shimin Lu was in complete despair, but Zichen did not kill him immediately. Instead, he brought him directly to the depths of Misty City. While they were moving forward, Shimin Lu once again mentioned the relationship between master and disciple in front of Su Mengyao. Don't mention these useless things. If you try to pull strings now, you'll only die faster. Without waiting for Zichen to speak, the monk said coldly. After taking in a disciple, not only did he not pass on his cultivation technique, but he even forced his disciple to marry his son. Was there any friendship in this? If Shimin Lu continued to talk nonsense, he would only die faster. The Thunder's sacred beast did not participate in the following battle. After Zichen and the others arrived in the sky above the depths of Misty City, the cultivators here were in complete despair. After everyone fell into despair, they became crazy, and curses rang out one after another. These curses were not only directed at Zichen and the others, but also at Shimin Lu. For his own selfish reasons, Shimin Lu had completely lost Misty City. This great city that had been passed down for countless years was destroyed because of this. You won't have a good death. There have been many Heaven Realm experts in Misty City, but they have all left. When they return, it will be the time of your death. Similar voices rang out continuously, but this was a story for later. Right now, this city was about to be destroyed. Chapter 1860. With the arrival of Zichen and the other undying sovereigns, there was no doubt that the entire Misty City would be destroyed. Outside the city, sighs could be heard from the crowd. Before this, who would have thought that Zichen would be able to destroy Misty City? If those forces in Misty City could have foreseen this, they would definitely not have allowed Shimin Lu to act on his own accord. Instead, they would have built a good relationship with Su Mengyao and gained Zichen's goodwill. Unfortunately, everything was too late. Because of Shimin Lu's selfishness, Misty City was destroyed. Zichen and the others led Shimin Lu out. Everyone gathered outside the city. Zichen looked at Misty City in front of him and said, "From now on, Misty City will no longer exist in the 7th mainland." As soon as Zichen finished speaking, a misty light suddenly appeared from the ground and enveloped the entire Misty City. This was a grand array, one that covered the entire city. The appearance of the grand array caused an uproar. A grand array of destruction had appeared outside the city, and they had not noticed it at all. Rumble! A rumbling sound rang out as the power of destruction surged. The grand array began to destroy the city. Chen, many Heavenly Realm experts have appeared in Misty City. When this news spreads, when those Heavenly Realm experts return, you will pay the price. I believe that you will definitely not be able to bear that price. Shimin Lu looked at the misty grand array and said coldly, seeing the tragic deaths of his companions and family, he had asked for help, prayed, went crazy, and despaired. In the end, he recognized the situation and gradually regained his rationality. Chen said indifferently, "That's a story for later. I have many enemies. How are the 5 elements aristocratic families compared to Misty City? I can't afford to provoke them, let alone your small Misty City." Shimin Lu said, coldly, "The 5 elements aristocratic families will send experts here soon. You can fight one Heavenly Realm expert, but you can't fight a group of them." Chen said sarcastically, "What Heavenly Realm expert? It's just a fake Heavenly Realm expert. Is there a Heavenly Realm expert in this world? Even a fake Heavenly Realm expert is stronger than a sovereign." Just like that, the 2 of them exchanged one sentence after another. Their words were filled with killing intent. If someone who didn't know the inside story saw the 2 of them chatting side by side, they would have thought that the 2 of them are friends. Shimin Lu was very clear that his life had already begun to count down. When Misty City turned into ruins, it would be the time of his death. Even though he knew that he was going to die, he still felt relieved. He talked to Chen without holding back, cursing him from time to time. 1 hour later, the misty light dissipated and the array disappeared. The entire Misty City appeared before everyone's eyes once more. However, this previously magnificent city had now become a true ruin. Smoke and dust swirled above the ruins like a storm. Perhaps after many years, this place would become a place of adventure. After all, there were still many unbroken restrictions in the buildings in the city. There were many opportunities in those restrictions. A city was actually destroyed just like that. Everyone also sighed endlessly. Today's battle was destined to spread throughout the Zhanwu continent, and Chen's reputation would rise with the destruction of Misty City. He was destined to be famous throughout the world. After sighing for a while, it was time to leave. After the battle ended, everyone gathered again. Seeing so many familiar faces, Chen was very moved. Everyone wasn't familiar with each other, so Chen began to introduce everyone. The first person he needed to introduce was Dongqing. This was a person that everyone was familiar with. For 1,000 years, Dongqing had only done one thing, and that was to spread the word of the battle 1,000 years ago. This was the only way to gather everyone. It could be said that the most fundamental reason why everyone was gathered here was Dongqing. Lu Peng and the others expressed their most sincere gratitude to Dongqing. Dongqing's pretty face turned red, looking very embarrassed. She repeatedly said that it was nothing. After Dongqing, the ladies first. Su Mengyao and the others got to know Jin Qingqing and Sheng Guanhong. For everyone to come at such a time of crisis, it was clear that they had already disregarded life and death. Their relationship with Chen was also very ordinary. Except for Dongqing, the other 2 women had a trace of indifference and alienation. It was more like they were silently explaining something. The 4 women were extremely intelligent. After nodding at everyone, they pulled the 3 to the side to chat. They wouldn't ask about Chen's matters. And this time, Dongqing really helped Chen. From the women's point of view, the 2 were just friends. They wouldn't believe it at all. For Chen, Dongqing had paid a lot. If Chen was willing, they naturally wouldn't object. Surrounded by several supreme beauties, Dongqing seemed a little embarrassed, listening to their concerned tone. The shyness on her face didn't diminish. "Thank you for your help this time." Zichen cupped his fists and bowed to the others. Tang Nua waved his hand and said, "Zichen, you're too polite. You've helped Shantian Prefecture and saved countless lives. This little bit of effort is really nothing." "Not bad. This is just a small effort." "Zichen, you're very good." Long Fei looked at Zichen with admiration. Young Master Tian nodded at Zichen. Man Shi and Wu Xie stepped forward and hugged Zichen. Speaking of which, the three of them hadn't seen each other for more than 1,000 years. Moreover, when Zichen left without saying goodbye, both Shangguanhong and Dongqing noticed. Dongqing even followed Zichen away, but the two of them were still foolishly in seclusion. Everything was in silence, and everything was in the embrace. Monk, Demon Ape, Manshur, and Wu Xia also knew them. LV Peng and Zhang Haoyan were unfamiliar faces, so Zichen introduced them to each other. A rare smile appeared on Zhang Haoyan's face. He greeted Zichen's friends very kindly. After seeing fortune-telling and Shantian Dao, he praised, "Amazing!" To be able to make Zhang Haoyan praise them, they were obviously extraordinary. One had to know that even Monk couldn't get a single praise from Zhang Haoyan. In the previous battle, although the two of them had each attacked 3 times, they had killed 6 immortal sovereigns. Their battle strength was indeed extraordinary. The two of them smiled embarrassedly. Shantian Dao said, "This time the two of us used the resources of the entire Shantian Prefecture. I only hope that we didn't embarrass Shantian Prefecture." A supreme mountain had produced dozens of immortal sovereigns in the past few hundred years. Shantian Prefecture, on the other hand, had only produced 2 origin sovereigns in the past 1,000 years. The degree of scarcity of resources was obvious. After meeting the prefecture lord, Zichen met Meng Shi and Shenker. The appearance of the two of them surprised him. After chatting for a while, he met the Huping City's city lord and the others. Whether it was the city lord or Lord Wu, they were all proud at this moment. No matter how great Zichen's achievements were, he was still from Huping City. Zichen was the pride of the entire city. Finally, Zichen met the White Tiger of Tiger God Mountain. He bowed and called him senior. White Tiger immediately waved his hand and said, "Absolutely not. Zichen, you are someone who can deal with Heaven Realm experts." Zichen smiled and said, "Senior is always senior." "Hey, Zichen, do you still remember me? We have an engagement." Someone patted Zichen's shoulder, and a clear female voice rang out. Zichen turned around and saw Shuang Er. Back then, Shuang Er was still very young, but she already had the potential to be a beauty. Now, after 1,000 years, Shuang Er had successfully awakened and stepped into the Realm Lord Realm. She was natural and unrestrained, like a lotus flower that had just emerged from the water. However, her words of engagement attracted a lot of attention. In an instant, several inquiring gazes floated over from afar. Of course, the 4 girls were included in those gazes. Before Zichen could explain, Shuang Er's face was already red. She immediately said, embarrassedly, "I was just joking." Everyone chuckled, thinking, "What a cute little girl." While everyone was chatting, a timid girl stood in the distance. She was Su Mingyao's maid, and she had survived the battle. Back then, in her eyes, Shi Mindong was the most ideal person. He had a large family behind him, cultivation resources, and a godlike sovereign as his father. However, 1,000 years ago, Zichen had appeared out of nowhere. He had displayed powerful combat strength and directly killed Shi Mindong, severing the root of the marriage. 1,000 years later, Zichen had returned as a sovereign. He had killed the undying sovereign, and he had even broken through under the pressure of the Heaven Realm. In the end, he had comprehended the Grand Tao and forced a Heaven Realm expert to flee. Everything she had pursued in the past had disappeared. Even Misty City had become a wasteland. This was a rare gathering, a rare reunion. They could be considered to have survived a calamity. Everyone was very happy. After everyone got to know each other, Lord Wu and Huping City's city lord came before Zichen and asked Zichen what he planned to do next. Zichen was startled. He said, "Comprehend the world's origin energy and break into the pseudo-heaven realm." He had thought that his former enemies no longer existed. He had never thought that he would meet the 5 Elements clans again here. They were like his mortal enemies. So Zichen had to take them seriously. Moreover, Zichen knew very well how powerful the 5 Elements clans were. Back then, when they attacked the Lightning Divine Hall, many pseudo-heaven realm experts had died. However, they had definitely not all died. The others had all come to the Zhanwu continent. After this, the 5 Elements clans would probably not let him go. Zichen had to break through as soon as possible. Comprehending the Grand Tao shouldn't require any resources, right? Why don't you return to Huping City to comprehend it? Huping City's city lord suggested. If Zichen could stay in Huping City, it would probably become even more prosperous and powerful. It would even surpass the Imperial Sky region. Zichen was very clear about the city lord's intentions. To be honest, it was no big deal for him to go back now. However, before he could agree, Lin Shui, who had been paying attention to the situation here, walked over. She bowed slightly to Huping City's city lord and said, "I'm afraid Zichen can't go back with the city lord. He has to come with me to the Wuji sect first." The Wuji sect? Zichen was stunned when he heard that. The Wuji sect of the Zhanwu continent. After they learned that you cultivated the Yinyang arts, they've always wanted to meet you. I was the one who brought the spiritual body that passed down the Tao from the Wuji sect. Back then, Xingdao Li had reached the pseudo-heaven realm on the Zhanwu continent. He had always guessed that the others in the Wuji sect were still alive, but he had never seen them. The Wuji sect had always been a mystery. He never thought that Lin Shui would actually find the Wuji sect. Speaking of which, the Wuji sect was Zichen's original sect. He could also be considered the former sect master of the Wuji sect. Chapter 1861. Zichen decided to go to the Wuji sect. He wanted to take a look there. Shui Lin only brought the extreme yang spiritual body. With the extreme yang that he comprehended back then, he was able to activate the extreme yang great Tao. As for extreme yin, Zichen hadn't comprehended it yet. Zichen's answer disappointed the people in Huping City, but they could understand. No matter where Zichen was, as long as his strength and fame grew, Huping City would be safer. Not only Huping City, but the entire Shantian prefecture would also benefit from this. Where is the Wuji sect? Zichen asked curiously as he looked at Shui Lin. It's in the first continent, but that place is very mysterious. It's very difficult for ordinary people to find it. Shui Lin was able to enter the Wuji sect because part of the Qing Nu's inheritance summoned her when she ascended. That was why she was able to bring the dragon to the Wuji sect. This was also why Xingdao Li didn't see anyone else from the Wuji sect in the Zhanwu continent. Zichen's itinerary had been decided. It was rare for everyone to gather. So Zichen decided to stay here for a few more days. There were 2 reasons for staying here. First, this area belonged to the ethereal domain. Under the ethereal domain was the ethereal prefecture. Ethereal City was only one of the cities, but it was also the foundation of everything. Ethereal City was destroyed. There were still experts and other forces in the ethereal prefecture and ethereal domain. There had to be an explanation for this. Second, Huping City benefited from Zichen's fame, so they had to bear the consequences of Zichen's enemies' revenge. Since the Thunder Saint Beast was still here, Zichen decided to end things here to protect Huping City and Shantian Prefecture. While they were waiting, Zichen told the Thunder Saint Beast that he was going to the Wuji sect. Unexpectedly, the Thunder Saint Beast shook his head and said, "You can't go to the Wuji sect yet. You have to come with me first." "Where? The Thunder Clan? You'll know when we get there." The Thunder Saint Beast shook his head. This time, Lasermang came as well. However, he hadn't broken through since he entered Mount Supreme. His cultivation level was the same as Zichen's. They were both immortal. Every time he saw Zichen, Radio Meng sighed. The gap between them was simply too great. 1,000 years ago, Zichen was still just an empty realm cultivator. In his eyes, he was just a little kid, and he was completely in a state of looking down on him. But 1,000 years later, Zichen had become immortal, and he could already fight against pseudo-gods. Such a huge change had occurred in just 1,000 years, and Losmon had already been immortal for tens of thousands of years. This made people sigh with emotion. Zichen asked Radio Meng where the Thunder's sacred beast was taking him, but Radio Meng didn't know. This time, he had come on his own initiative, and hadn't expected the sacred ancestor to show up. According to the original plan, Zichen and the others would walk step by step from here to the first continent. Along the way, they would visit the Sword Sect where Wang Xian'er was, and then they would visit the Moon Clan where Shangguan Yu'er was. Finally, they would head straight for the Wuji Sect. That would be their last stop on the Zhanmu continent. After that, they would think of a way to return to the Tianmu continent. The original plan had been completely disrupted because of the Thunder's sacred beast. After Zichen informed everyone, they couldn't help but feel a little disappointed. Obviously, they were going to be separated again. "I'd better return to the Sword Sect. I'll wait for you there," Wang Xian'er said after thinking for a moment. The Sword Sect had a lot of resources, and there was no lack of magical places among them. She planned to use this period of time to break through to the immortal realm, and then use some of the magical places in the Sword Sect to break through to the Heaven Realm in one fell swoop. Dongqing and Qingqing will return to the Sword Sect with me. Dongqing had wasted 1,000 years, and her realm was too low. Everyone felt a little guilty, so Wang Xian'er decided to bring her back to the Sword Sect. As for Jin Qingqing and Shangguan Hong, Wang Xian'er had asked them if they wanted to. Jin Qingqing's only thought now was to become stronger, so she naturally wouldn't refuse. However, Shangguan Hong chose to return to accompany her parents, which surprised everyone. As for Manshur and Wuxia, their paths were similar to the Sword Sect sword will, so they could only give up. The two of them also said that they would travel together, and that they would meet again if fate wills it. During this period, LV Peng had been teaching the twins' formation skills, and they benefited a lot. After waiting for 3 days, the people from the ethereal region finally arrived. It was the 3 pseudo-heavens. After arriving, they bowed to the Thunder sacred beast with a humble attitude. 3 days was enough for them to find out the true identity of the Thunder sacred beast. Even if both sides were at the same level, the Thunder sacred beast could still kill 3 of them. As the Thunder clan's sacred ancestor, the Thunder sacred beast had the strength and capital to do so. The 3 of them were representatives, and during this period they also praised Zichen. After that, they began to discuss business. The 3 of them first apologized. This matter was originally Ethereal City's fault. Now that Ethereal City had been destroyed, the grudges between both sides were written off. The Thunder sacred beast nodded, indicating that he agreed. This was also Zichen's intention. He didn't have the strength to destroy the entire ethereal region, and the other party was also afraid of the Thunder sacred beast, so they didn't dare to do anything to him. Therefore, they hit it off and chose to reconcile. "I heard that little brother, Zichen, suffered a great loss. We accidentally obtained this supreme saber. I wonder if little brother Zichen is satisfied with it." The pseudo-heavens in the lead took out a long saber. On the blade, silver light shone in all directions. With the appearance of the long saber, there was an additional pressure between heaven and earth. That oppressive aura was like thunder hanging over the head and could fall at any time. The pseudo-heavens handed over the long saber, and the entire saber resounded with the sound of thunder. Seeing the supreme saber, the thunder's sacred beast's expression changed slightly. Without releasing his perception, Zichen knew that this was a weapon related to thunder. It could be said that it was purely made for people who use thunder. It was the exclusive weapon of the Thunder Clan. Zichen took the long saber and injected a trace of energy into it. The long saber trembled slightly, and a terrifying pressure appeared. It was as if the roar of thunder dragons resounded between heaven and earth. This was a weapon that had reached the supreme level. Moreover, it was the best among supreme weapons. It had a great increase in thunder power. Zichen was very satisfied. Nodding, Zichen accepted it. In this battle, almost all of his weapons were destroyed. It was difficult for him to find a suitable one. Now, except for the dragon spike, he only had the scabbard. The appearance of this long saber could make up for the loss of Zichen's weapon. Since their goal had been achieved, the three of them left. The thunder sacred beast looked at Zichen turning the weapon back and forth and said, "That's the supreme thunder." It was made from the thunder horn of the pseudo-heavenly thunder beast and other precious materials. It was very famous in the Thunder Clan, but it was lost in the subsequent battle. A weapon that could be remembered by the thunder sacred beast was naturally an extraordinary existence. "This thunder saber is second only to a heavenly weapon," said the thunder sacred beast. "Heavenly weapon, not a pseudo-heavenly weapon." Zichen's face was filled with doubt. "There are pseudo-heavens in the realm, but there are no weapons." The thunder sacred beast said, "A heavenly weapon is very rare. Its value is even higher than a pseudo-heavenly weapon." Xingdao Li was a pseudo-heavenly weapon, but he was able to make a name for himself. This was inseparable from the saber in his hand, and that saber was naturally a heavenly weapon, a real heavenly weapon. Even a pseudo-heavenly weapon would be moved by such a weapon. It seems that the ethereal region is very sincere this time. Your worries are unnecessary. At least they won't have any other thoughts for the time being. Knowing that Zichen was from the Thunder Clan, they still sent such a powerful weapon. The ethereal region's sincerity was clear. Zichen sheathed the saber. A mysterious power came from the hilt. This power wrapped around the supreme saber, making the two of them one. Although he didn't draw the saber, Zichen could already feel the power of this saber. After a few days of being together, it was time to part. It was inevitable that everyone was reluctant, but this separation meant that they would meet again in the future. This time, everyone had a connection with each other. It wouldn't be difficult to gather again next time. Before parting, Zichen took out some weapons from the pill cauldron and distributed them to Shantian, Manshur, and the rest. The four girls, Zhang Haotian, Tyrant, and Devil Ape, had weapons, but they didn't need them. After that, he took out some crystals that contained the undying source. These crystals were obtained from refining the undying sovereign. To an undying source, these were the real treasures. In addition, he gave everyone some pure source. This was the source that could be used to refine weapons and body. Usually, there would only be a little of it, and it was a one-time use. But Zichen realized that there was a lot of such source in his world, and it could be regenerated. After the distribution, it was time to leave. The two disciples from the Sword Sect had been waiting in the distance. At this moment, they finally walked over and asked Wang Xian to return to the Sword Sect. "Zichen, you have to work hard. I'm very popular in the Sword Sect." Wang Xian winked at Zichen and said mischievously, "Don't worry, I'll go to the Sword Sect soon. If anyone dares to have any ideas about you, I'll teach them a lesson." Zichen smiled. When the two disciples heard this, their hearts couldn't help but tremble. In the last battle, not only did Zichen defeat the Heaven Realm expert, he could also easily kill the undying sovereign. Such an existence could only be described as dangerous. who would be foolish enough to have any ideas about his woman? When he returned to the sword sect this time, the other disciples would probably avoid him. Wang Xian, a return to the sword sect. The Longhu sovereign followed her. As for the flying tiger god, he followed Su Mingyao and Shang Guanyu, to the Moon Clan. It was a very mysterious clan. During this period, very few people came into the world. If she hadn't heard news about Ziqin, she would probably have stayed in the Moon Clan. The spirit-devouring rat had a great harvest this time. Originally, the Realm Lord was its limit. This time, it had a chance to break through to the sovereign realm. However, because of its aptitude, it had no hope of entering the heaven realm unless it had a great opportunity. Although humans were weak, there were many variables. Comparatively speaking, those beasts with pure bloodlines were much more restricted. Lin Shui still brought the dragon back to the Wuji sect. LV Peng, Tyrant, Devil Ape, and Zhang Haoyan decided to travel the Zhan Wu continent together. Once they heard news about Ziqin, they would meet in the first continent. Ziqin also believed that there were few people who could make them suffer in the face of such a combination. Tang Nua and the others chose to return to the Shantian prefecture. Longfei, who had just entered the spiritual world, planned to go out alone. The people from the Tiger God Mountain also left. Shuang waved at Ziqin. It was unknown when they would meet again. Ziqin watched everyone leave. In the end, even Radio Meng left. Obviously, the Thunder's sacred beast only called him this time. "Where are we going?" Ziqin asked again. He was very curious. "To find something for you." Chapter 1862. The sacred lightning beast didn't tell Ziqin what he was looking for. The two of them just continued forward. Their speed wasn't fast, and they would stop from time to time. Ziqin knew that the sacred lightning beast hadn't reached its peak state yet. It still had a lot of room for growth. Stopping midway should have something to do with recovering its strength. Whenever the sacred lightning beast stopped, he would sit down cross-legged and cultivate. His world could be called a perfect world. In this world, there was an inexhaustible source of origin energy. In the outside world, this source energy was like a divine pill or immortal medicine. It could rebuild one's true body and bring the dead back to life. After Ziqin reached the undying, imperishable realm, this source energy had also undergone a great change. After comprehending Extreme Yang, Ziqin already knew what to do next. The heaven realm was a completely new realm. This realm was completely separated from the earth realm. If the earth realm was the development of one's own world, then the undying sovereign realm was the limit. The heaven realm was a new beginning. What one comprehended was the source energy of heaven and earth. This source energy didn't refer to one's own world, but to the great world where all living beings grew up, the Zhanwu continent and the martial heaven continent. After comprehending the source energy of heaven and earth, when the source energy of heaven and earth was added to one's body, one would be in the pseudo-heaven realm. When a pseudo-heaven realm expert entered the heaven realm, one needed to truly comprehend the source energy and become a true heaven realm expert. There were very few true heaven realm experts, and it was very difficult to break through. Reaching the heaven realm didn't mean that the earth realm world was useless. On the contrary, the growth of one's own world had a very close relationship with the heaven realm experts' comprehension of the source energy of heaven and earth. Take Ziqin, for example. His world was almost perfect, so as long as he could comprehend the world origin of his own world, he could use this world origin to see the world origin of the outside world and step into the heaven realm. In this way, Ziqin's cultivation speed would be twice as fast with half the effort. As for those existences with imperfect worlds, it was very difficult for them to comprehend the heaven realm through their own world. During this process, they would encounter bottlenecks and need to enter the heaven realm again and again. However, most people who entered the heaven realm were only in the pseudo-heaven realm. It was very difficult to break through to the true heaven realm. In the past, Zichun had suffered all kinds of hardships when he was in the earth realm. He had grown up in the perfect world with great difficulty. In the end, all of this would become his wealth and help him reach higher heights. Zichun's aura was also changing as he comprehended the world's origin of heaven and earth. This aura was stronger than that of a prime, but weaker than that of a pseudo-heaven. When the supreme sacred beast saw the scene, it couldn't help but sigh in admiration. Zichun had already chosen the right direction. It knew that Zichun had a perfect world, so it knew that Zichun wouldn't be affected by anything in the future. As long as he followed the path to the end, he would break into the heaven realm and become a fake heaven comparable to Xing Daoli. The Thunder's sacred beast, which was not fast to begin with, deliberately slowed down its speed. Zichun also took this opportunity to continuously comprehend the world's origin. It seemed that because of the pressure of a heaven realm expert, the two of them did not encounter any danger wherever they went. When they passed through the dense forest, not a single small beast could be seen. As for the rulers, they had disappeared without a trace. After traveling like this for an entire year, the two of them passed through the 7th mainland and arrived at the 6th mainland. This place was even more prosperous than the 7th mainland, but the Thunder's sacred beast only brought Zichun to a remote place. Zichun had doubts about this, but he did not ask. On the contrary, walking in a place without people calmed his heart. Under such circumstances, Zichun could quickly enter a meditative state and comprehend the world. This journey was very similar to the 1,000-year journey when he comprehended the laws. It was precisely because of that 1,000-year journey that his future Earth realm cultivation path was much smoother. This time, Zichun took it as a chance to cultivate and relax. Another 2 years passed very quickly. Zichun had made great progress. He had also gradually grasped the knack of comprehending the world's origin. Compared to 3 years ago, his combat strength could be said to be much stronger. During this period, the Thunder's sacred beast also specially guided Zichun in cultivating the world's extreme speed and the close cooperation between the heavenly thunderwings and the movement technique. During this process, Zichun deliberately asked the Thunder's sacred beast some questions about combat skills, but the Thunder's sacred beast's answers seemed to be a little absent-minded. It was not like the Thunder's sacred beast's footwork. Not only did it guide him, but it also demonstrated it. "Are we going to the Thunder Clan?" Zichun asked curiously. He had asked the same question many times over the past 3 years. No, the Thunder sacred beast shook its head. The Thunder saint beast shook its head. Normally it wouldn't answer, but today it finally answered. "Then where are we going?" "I'll help you find the heart of Thunderwings first." "The heart of Thunderwings? What's that?" "The core of the heavenly Thunderwings. With it, your speed will be faster." The Thunder sacred beast said, "The world's extreme speed can affect space and time because of the supreme treasure, the heavenly Thunderwings. It's one of the few supreme treasures of the Thunder Clan, and the heart of Thunderwings is the core of the heavenly Thunderwings." When Zichun heard this, he asked excitedly, "Where is that place? Is it far?" "It will be there in another year. During this period, you should mainly practice the 9 lightning deaths. The heart of Thunderwings is the true essence. Its speed is very fast, and it has intelligence. I'm afraid you won't be able to subdue it." The Thunder sacred beast said, "Ah, such a thing can happen." Zichun was startled when he heard this. Then he asked, "My speed is not as fast as yours. Why do you want me to go?" "There are restrictions in that place. I can't enter, but you can suppress your realm." For an existence at the level of the Thunder sacred beast, suppressing one's realm was a simple matter. The Thunder sacred beast shook its head and said helplessly, "Among those of the same level, you, who have the Thunder Wings, won't be slower than me." The most important point is that if you want to subdue the heart of Thunderwings, you must have the heavenly thunder wings. Zi-chan was relieved and immediately nodded, indicating that he understood. In the following year, the two would occasionally pass by human cities. News of the battle 4 years ago had already spread through various channels. Now, Zi-chen's reputation had undoubtedly spread throughout the Jianwu continent, although the news was very clear about such an inconceivable matter as an Earth realm cultivator defeating a Heaven realm cultivator, because it was too miraculous. There were always people who didn't believe it. Moreover, the undying sovereign had the undying source. This kind of source was recognized by the world and was very difficult to obliterate in the world. Even a Heaven realm cultivator couldn't. So how could it be killed by someone of the same level? When the news spread, Zi-chen's reputation shook, but there was no lack of voices of doubt, other than the news about Zi-chen's rise to fame. There was also the news that the overlords of the second continent had directly publicized their grudges with Zi-chen. Those who were originally optimistic about Zi-chen shook their heads after comparing the two sides. Obviously, he had provoked the 5 Elements aristocratic family. Next, Zi-chen could only hide in the forest. In the blink of an eye, 10 months had passed. On this day, the two of them arrived at a mountain range. With Zi-chen's current understanding of the world, he immediately felt that the space here was greatly affected. In addition to space, it seemed that the time here had also become extremely abnormal. Follow me, don't go the wrong way. The thunder sacred beast leaped to the peak of the mountain. After stepping on a huge rock, its figure disappeared. Zi-chen kept staring at the thunder sacred beast from behind. Until it disappeared, he didn't feel the slightest fluctuation in space. It wasn't a teleportation array, nor was it a secret place. It was more like a spatial node in the chaotic space. Zi-chen followed. As he stepped down, his body began to distort, and then he appeared beside the thunder sacred beast. At this moment, the world in front of Zi-chen had changed greatly. The mountains were gone, and bright, colorful lights floated between heaven and earth. These colorful lights were like space-time ribbons. Although they weren't dangerous, they might bring you into another space-time. Be careful, the time here is chaotic. The thunder sacred beast reminded once again. Then, it continued to move forward. During the process of moving forward, it was also walking in a very rhythmic manner. It seemed that every step it took was calculated in detail. Zi-chan followed behind, the surprise in his eyes growing stronger and stronger. Because with every step, the scene in front of him changed. After the 3rd step, Zi-chen saw the mountains again. The roars of various strange beasts could be heard in the mountains, and there were even 2 strange beasts fighting. Rumbling sounds could be heard constantly, and the forest was shattered, and smoke and dust were swept up. These scenes told Zi-chen clearly that what was in front of him was an illusion, and he had stepped into a real space-time. This is the trace left behind by time. Some things might have already happened in the real world, and some might not have happened yet. The thunder sacred beast's voice came from ahead. It hasn't happened yet? Doesn't that mean I can see the future? Zi-chen was very surprised. You can say that, but it's just a fragment of the future, and it won't be of much use. The thunder sacred beast's voice was very calm, and then it said, when the world's fastest speed reaches the limit, it is said that you can see the past and the future, but you can only see the scene, and you can't do anything to change it. It's really that magical? Of course, the premise is that you have the strength. After that, Zi-chen saw another battle. It was a battle between humans and foreign races, and various experts fell during it. The thunder sacred beast glanced at it and said, that's a battle that happened many years ago, and it was recorded by time. Now, you can only see this battle, but you can't help at all. Zi-chen saw a cultivator's body explode, and then flames reignited. It was actually the undying sovereign. Just like that, the two of them continued to travel, passing through space-time after space-time, and finally arrived at a void. This was a dark space, and there was no light inside. The thunder sacred beast stopped after arriving here. "We've arrived at our destination," Zichen asked. The thunder sacred beast stared ahead, and the lightning in its eyes changed, as if it was deducing. After a while it said, "Walk 500 steps in a straight line from here, and then you will enter another space-time. The heart of lightning wings is in that space-time. Whether you can obtain it or not depends on your luck. What if I can't get it?" Chapter 1863. What the sacred thunder beast was implying was that Zichen was useless if he couldn't get the heart of Thunderwings. Although the two were from the same clan, and Zichen was a junior with potential, the sacred thunder beast didn't have the time to bring Zichen along and spend several years to help him. The main reason was that the sacred thunder beast needed Zichen to become stronger and help it do things. The heart of Thunderwings was the key. If it didn't need Zichen this time, the sacred thunder beast would only bring Zichen here when it was free. Zichen followed the instructions and walked 500 steps forward. Suddenly, there were spots of light in the dark void. These lights were flickering like Xingqian. Zichen continued to move forward. As he walked deeper, the silver lights increased. These silver lights weren't Xingqian's lights. They were the lights emitted by the thunderbolts. Every time the lights flickered, a thunderbolt would disappear. This area was filled with thunderbolts. As Zichen continued to move forward, the whole world became brighter. Thick thunderbolts appeared silently and then disappeared silently. As the lights flickered, this world looked beautiful, but also very dangerous. The thunderbolts around him were like living creatures. They had their own keen senses. As he moved forward, the thunderbolts around Zichen's body automatically flashed. The thunderbolts were one with the thunderbolts around him. Even though they were of the same origin, the thunderbolts around him were still very aggressive. As the thunderbolts flickered, it was as if there were thunderbolts staring at him covetously. Buzz! The light around Zichen trembled again. The heavenly thunder wings appeared on his back. The thunder wings trembled, and a surge of thunderbolt power spread out. The thunderbolts that were originally restless quieted down after sensing this surge of energy. In this mysterious space filled with thunderbolts, Zichen walked alone. Endless thunderbolts surrounded him. After moving forward like this for an unknown period of time, Zichen didn't notice anything other than the thunderbolts. Releasing his spiritual senses, he could clearly sense the existence of the thunderbolts around him. He could even sense how terrifying the thunderbolts were, but he could not sense the heart of the thunderwings. Left with no choice, Zichen could only continue forward. This time, he sped up and flapped his lightning wings. Like an arrow leaving the bowstring, Zichen turned into a stream of light and flew away. Wherever he passed, he covered the place with his spiritual senses to check for abnormalities. The space here was still in chaos. Zichen could not sense the flow of time. In short, a long time had passed, but Zichen still did not discover anything. It was as if he had entered a maze or an illusion array. Sensing that it was futile to continue forward, Zichen stopped and pointed at the distant lightning. Chi, the lightning that had just flashed, was extinguished. There was nothing unusual in the surroundings. Chi! Chi! Zichen repeatedly attacked the lightning bolts. If it was an illusory array, he might be able to trigger a change in it. The thunderbolts were extinguished one after another, but the surroundings were still very calm. This place was too strange. Zichen frowned slightly. Unwilling to give up, he took a step forward and waved his sleeve. A powerful energy swirled up and a tornado appeared out of thin air. The tornado spread out and the surrounding thunderbolts were instantly sucked in before being extinguished. It seemed that the effect of the storm was too strong. The thunderbolts in the distance began to move in the flashing and extinguishing. They were not moving toward the storm, but toward Zi-Chin on the other side of the storm. The powerful storm was still spinning, but the thunderbolts bypassed the storm and rushed toward Zi-Chin. For a moment, the power of the thunderbolts spread and rushed toward Zi-Chin like thunder snakes. Swoosh! A light flashed under Zi-Chin's feet. The lightning wings on his back flapped, and his figure retreated backward. As he retreated, more thunderbolts chased after him like streamers. Zi-Chin kept retreating. Wherever he passed, the other thunderbolts seemed to be awakened and rushed toward Zi-Chin with murderous intent. The storm in the distance dissipated due to the lack of energy. However, the lightning in the surroundings did not stop there. Instead, it crazily charged toward Zi-Chin. Zi-Chin was still retreating, but the thunderbolts behind him took the initiative to attack Zi-Chin. At a glance, all the thunderbolts in this world were activated and rushed toward Zi-Chin crazily. Zi-Chin could not retreat. He could only flap his lightning wings at a high frequency and begin to dodge in a small area. Swoosh! Swoosh! Bolts of lightning brushed past Zi-Chin's body. At this moment, facing so many powerful thunderbolts, Zi-Chin felt a lot of pressure. The thunderbolts around him gathered more and more. At a glance, they were densely packed and came from all directions like raindrops. Cold sweat gradually appeared on Zi-Chin's forehead as he kept dodging. After a quarter of an hour, Zi-Chin was still persevering. At this moment, he was almost invisible. Only the endless light of the thunderbolts could be seen. Time passed. Facing more and more thunderbolts, Zi-Chin seemed to be powerless and was hit by a thunderbolt. His powerful defense had managed to block the attack. Another quarter of an hour passed. Zi-Chin was hit dozens of times, but he did not suffer any injuries. Now, Zi-Chin could no longer be seen. There were also no thunderbolts. Zi-Chin's surroundings seemed to have turned into a sea of lightning. Zi-Chin was in the sea of lightning, avoiding the attacks of the sea of lightning. Facing the dense and seamless thunderbolts, Zi-Chin could no longer dodge. Boom! The thunderbolts were violent. Thunderbolts from all directions rushed toward Zi-Chin at the same time, instantly drowning Zi-Chin. The thunder might in the thunderbolts spread, surging with a vast and terrifying aura. In the face of such a powerful energy, even the undying source would be severely injured. The thunderbolts completely exploded. Lightning flashed between heaven and earth, and the power of thunder raged. Zi-Chin's body did not explode with the thunderbolts. The moment the thunderbolts exploded, another world appeared in front of his eyes. This was a bright world. The silver light illuminated every corner of the world. In the center of the world, there was a glowing object that radiated silver light in all directions. The glowing object pierced Zi-Chin so hard that he could not open his eyes. People of the Thunder Clan, what are you doing here? Just as Zi-Chin gradually adapted to the light here, a cold voice sounded in this world. You are the heart of Thunderwings. The sudden voice made Zi-Chin quiver. He instantly adapted to the environment here and looked at the only light. Unfortunately, there was only a ball of light. He could not see anything. You know of my existence. There was a trace of surprise in the voice. It's really you. Then there's no mistake. Gold and silver light flashed in Zi-Chin's eyes. He immediately saw through the essence of the ball of light. In the ball of light, there was a small silver spirit. The spirit had 6 wings, which looked like Zi-Chin's heavenly thunder wings. At this moment, the little spirit was pouting, its small eyes full of surprise and surprise. The moment Zi-Chin saw the little spirit, the latter seemed to have noticed. A trace of dissatisfaction flashed in its eyes. A thunderbolt power blocked Zi-Chin's vision. I don't care how you came here. Since you brought me the 6 wings, I can spare your life, the heart of Thunderwings said coldly. What? Zi-Chin was a little stunned. a look of confusion on his face. "Hand over the 6 wings, and I will spare your life and send you away." The heart of Thunderwings' tone became colder. "Are you mistaken? You're just a part of the heavenly Thunderwings. Now you should return to the heavenly Thunderwings and leave with me," Zichen said. It was his first time seeing a soldier spirit like this. "I'm the core of the heavenly Thunderwings. The heavenly Thunderwings should be under my control. As for you, since you're from the Thunder Clan, leave quickly. Otherwise, you'll die." Zichen was so angry that he laughed. At the same time, he finally understood why the Thunder's sacred beast wanted him to subdue it. It turned out that this guy was used to being free and now wanted to rebel. With a cold smile, Zichen ignored the other party. The thunder wings on his back flapped, and the 9 passing thunderbolts were fully displayed. Since the other party wanted to rebel, the most direct way to tame it was to beat it up and tame it with force. Zichen was very experienced in this, showing off the 9 passing thunderbolts in front of me. There was obvious disdain in the heart of Thunderwing's words. Its body flashed, and it flew backward. As it flew, it was like teleportation. Its body really achieved the 9 passing thunderbolts. In the outside world, Zichen could do the same, but here in this special world his speed was suppressed. When he got close, the heart of Thunderwings had already retreated far away. Wherever it passed, there were still remnants of lightning. Boom! As Zichen chased after it again, the lightning in front of him raged. Bolts of lightning were like giant snakes, twisting and turning as they shot towards him. This was the heart of Thunderwing's attack. The lightning carried extraordinary power. Swoosh! Swoosh! Zichen's body flashed, and he passed through the lightning, easily dodging it. But at this moment, the distance between them was even greater. Damn it! Cursing, Zichen flipped his hand, and the divine dragon bow appeared. Then the dragon god arrow turned into a bolt of lightning and shot towards the heart of Thunderwings. Swoosh! When the arrow was still some distance away from the heart of Thunderwings, it entered the void and disappeared. When Zichen drew the bow again, the dragon god arrow seemed to be lost in the turbulence of time and did not appear again. Losing the dragon god arrow for nothing, Zichen's face was even more furious. Without saying a word, he shot out energy after energy. Unfortunately, these energy attacks disappeared before they could reach the heart of Thunderwings. How could this be? Just as Zichen was about to lose his temper, the heart of Thunderwings' voice sounded again. "It's useless. This is a chaotic space. All your attacks are useless against me. Let me give you a piece of advice. Hand over the heavenly Thunderwings obediently, or the next one to disappear will be you. Is that so? Then I'd like to see." Zichen smiled coldly and went forward again. This time he showed his fastest speed. In this speed chase, Zichen did not get lost. Chapter 1864. Regardless of whether it was the former or the latter, Zichen would not be in any danger here. What he needed to do next was to use pure speed to catch the heart of Thunderwings. Whoosh! Whoosh! The heart of Thunderwings was very fast. It flashed without a trace, which was completely unexpected. Zichen, who was chasing from behind, seemed to be having a hard time. He was only relying on his extreme speed now, not the flash speed. The difference between the two was not small. "I don't believe that I can't catch up to you." Zichen was unwilling to give up. He recalled what the Thunder Sacred Beast had told him about extreme speed. The Thunder Sacred Beast had personally admitted that its speed was not as fast as Zichen, who had the heavenly Thunderwings. The 9 fleeting thunderbolts was known as the fastest in the world, but there were some extreme speed footwork techniques that could compare. However, once one had the heavenly Thunderwings, the 9 fleeting thunderbolts would be the fastest. Zichen had the advantage in front of the Thunder Sacred Beast. In front of the heart of Thunderwings, Zichen also had the advantage. However, Zichen could not fully utilize the Thunder Wings for the time being, so he could not expand this advantage. Therefore, his speed was slower than the heart of Thunder Wings. In the process of constantly chasing, Zichen also used his spiritual senses to observe the other party's movements. At the same time, he was deducing in his sea of consciousness. This was Zichen's and also the humans' greatest advantage, learning and creation. During the deduction, Zichen's speed gradually increased. Coupled with the Thunder Wings, his body began to flicker. Zichen's changes surprised the heart of Thunder Wings. In the midst of the continuous chase, the distance between the two narrowed. Time passed. In the face of great pressure, Zichen's improvement was very big. His body gradually coordinated with the Thunder Wings and began to flicker. Every time he flickered, Zichen's speed would increase greatly. This was a battle of speed. Although Zichen was far from the heart of Thunder Wings, he was growing, while the heart of Thunder Wings had no possibility of a breakthrough. In front of Zichen, the heart of Thunder Wings demonstrated its extreme speed time and time again. This made Zichen, who had high comprehension, become even faster. Swish, swish, swish. After a period of time, Zichen's figure could rapidly flicker 3 times in this suppressed world. Compared to the heart of Thunder Wings 6 times, the gap was obviously smaller. Watching Zichen's growth, Heart of Thunderwing became more and more surprised. That little sprite-like body was constantly threatening Zichen as it flashed and disappeared at high speed. If you don't retreat now, you will definitely die. If you know what's good for you, leave now and I can spare your life. Seeing that you are from the Thunder Clan, I will generously let you take the Sky Thunder Wings with you. At this moment, Zichen's figure could flash 4 times in an instant. If you retreat now, you still have a chance. This is your only chance. If you don't leave now, you're forcing me to use my trump card. You'll regret it. You will definitely regret this. Swish, 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 swish. Zichen's figure could already flash 5 times. He was very close to catching up to the heart of Thunderwing. Human, you are forcing me. At worst, we will fight to the death. If you continue to chase, we will die together. At worst, I will activate the chaotic space-time. You and I will both die here. The pressure was increasing. Heart of Thunderwing became anxious and began to threaten him. However, Zichen ignored it. All he could do now was to catch it and teach it a lesson. After an unknown amount of time, Zichen's figure had flashed 6 times. In an instant, Zichen felt that his understanding of extreme speed had deepened. He stopped chasing and quietly felt the extreme speed of the world. Heart of Thunderwing also stopped. It looked at Zichen and its little face became more and more unsightly. When Zichen's gaze fell on it again, it let out a strange cry and turned to run. The two of them used their flashing techniques almost at the same time. However, when the heart of Thunderwing flashed, it also released many thunderbolts to interfere. These thunderbolts were like thunder snakes, twisting and twisting. With terrifying power, they blocked Zichen's path. Swish, swish, swish. Under Zichen's feet, the light changed and the thunder wings flapped. A mysterious force directly moved the surrounding space. As this force spread, the charging thunder snake suddenly stopped. It was as if space had suddenly stopped. Zichen's figure instantly passed through it. Space freeze. Seeing Zichen pass through the thunder snake so easily, Heart of Thunderwing was shocked and couldn't help but exclaim. However, in the next moment, it felt as if it had fallen into a swamp. Its extreme speed was greatly affected. Damn it, you still want to control me. It cursed under its breath. A dazzling light burst out from its body, and its speed increased again. The discomfort gradually dissipated. However, at this moment, a powerful hand directly passed through space and grabbed its body. Its body, which was originally moving at extreme speed, was instantly frozen. "No, don't grab me. Don't grab me." Being grabbed by Zichen, the little spirit struggled and shouted. Zichen sneered, preparing to teach the other party a good lesson. Suddenly, the little spirit's body scattered, like flowing water in Zichen's hand. A suction force suddenly came from the thunder wings behind him and directly absorbed the flowing water that the little spirit turned into. As if its soul had been repaired, Zichen immediately felt that the thunder wings on his back had a complete feeling. "Master." Immediately after, a voice sounded in Zichen's sea of consciousness. This was the voice of Heart of Thunderwing, and also the voice of the Heavenly Thunderwing. This voice was full of respect, without the arrogance and pride from before. "What's your name?" Zichen asked through voice transmission. "Thunderwing." The Heavenly Thunderwing replied respectfully. At the same time, Zichen felt that there were many more things in his sea of consciousness. This knowledge was specifically for the Heavenly Thunderwing. The Heavenly Thunderwing's real name was the 12 Heavenly Thunderwings. 12 wings? Could it be that there are still 6 wings outside? Asked Zichen, who had long known that the Heavenly Thunderwing was not complete. Yes, there are still 6 wings outside. Recalling the scene when he saw the little spirit, Zichen had a feeling and asked, "In that case, the Heart of Thunderwing has also scattered." If it was the 12 Heavenly Thunderwings, then the Heart of Thunderwing must have 12 wings, and not the 6 wings that Zichen had seen before. Yes, the Heart of Thunderwing was shattered back then, causing its spiritual intelligence to be incomplete. Otherwise, the previous situation would not have happened. The Heavenly Thunderwing and the Heart of Thunderwing were originally one. They were created by the Thunder Clan's experts back then to serve the Thunder Clan. If it was a complete Heart of Thunderwing, there would be no rebellion at all. In the process of dispersing, the incomplete spiritual intelligence of the Heart of Thunderwing was disturbed by other aspects, resulting in its current state. "Can I still find my Dragon God arrow?" asked Zichen. Although the current Dragon God bow was only an Imperial weapon, it was still a top-grade Imperial weapon. Zichen used it very well and did not want to lose it just like that. "The Dragon God arrow can be found. Master, you just need to summon it again." Zichen did as he was told and pulled the Dragon God bow again. Essence Chi surged in all directions and the Dragon God arrow returned. "Master, the quality of this weapon is too low. In this chaotic space, there is a sea of fire. The temperature of the sea of fire is very high. Perhaps it can help Master to refine the weapon again." The Heavenly Thunderwing, which had been combined, was now absolutely loyal to Zichen. "Oh, there is such a place." Zichen's eyes lit up and said, "Take me there." The lightning wings on his back flapped slightly, and Zichen's figure immediately broke through many spaces and stepped into the chaotic space-time. Just like when he was traveling with the Thunder's sacred beast, Zichen was now under the guidance of the Thunder Wings. Naturally, he saw all kinds of strange sights that amazed him. "Master, I have stayed here for a long time and have some understanding of this place. I can pass through other places, but I do not dare to casually step into that sea of fire." The quality of the Thunder Wing's heart was equivalent to a heavenly weapon. Even such an existence did not dare to attempt to approach the flames. This made Zichen even more curious. After successfully entering a small world, a wave of blazing fire swept over. Zichen felt a burning sensation. A sea of fire appeared before him. Within the sea of fire, there were pale white flames burning. An extremely high temperature was released from the pale white flames. "Master, this is that sea of fire. The deeper you go, the higher the temperature." Zichen already had a deep feeling. Even he felt danger in such a place. He was not good at controlling flames. So, Zichen took out the pill cauldron. "Senior, May I know if I can use these flames to refine weapons? Asked Zichen courteously. The cauldron spirit appeared and carefully observed the pale white flames. His expression changed. After a while, a hint of astonishment flashed across his eyes. He said, "That's right. These are extraterrestrial flames." Extraterrestrial flames. It's a very terrifying flame. Very few people can control it. It is very explosive and very dangerous. It is said that it fell from the heavens. It is a necessary flame for refining heavenly weapons. It can only be discovered but not sought. While Zichen was still in shock, the cauldron spirit carried the pill cauldron and flew towards the flames. The temperature of the flames is very high. I can only refine weapons from the periphery. Upon hearing those words, Zichen immediately threw out the divine dragon bow and the dragon god arrow. At the same time, Zichen also threw out some other materials. There was even a supreme weapon among them. Zichen had killed quite a number of undying supremes last time. There were quite a few supreme weapons among them. The pale white flames engulfed the pill cauldron. Immediately after, blazing heavenly flames emerged from the pill cauldron and swallowed the weapons. As the flames engulfed the supreme weapons, they gradually melted and turned into lumps of liquid. The pill cauldron then forcibly separated these lumps of liquid. The divine dragon bow and the dragon god arrow needed to be refined again. After that, their performance would be enhanced through the combination of certain attributes. Although the cauldron spirit did not know how to refine weapons, it was very easy for him to enhance the quality of weapons. You're tuning in to the Thunder Spear YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.